Hello, everyone. Hello, hello, hello. I want to make sure that you guys can hear me. If you can hear me, give me a number one in the comments. Place a number one in the comments. If you can hear me, I want to make sure that my mic is on, that the sound is good, it's clear, and we're good to go. We're going to get started here in about 6 minutes. Okay. Oh, I'm seeing lots of ones. Wow. Lots and lots. Perfect. I was really nervous about my sound coming through. So awesome. I'm seeing lots of ones. We are good to go. I'm so excited. Oh my gosh. We have 128 people who are live and almost 600 people who registered to be here today. So I am super excited. We're going to go ahead and give everyone, the additional 5 minutes before we get started right at 4 p.m. Just to warm things up, I would love, I'm going to go ahead and put a poll in the comments. I would love to know, how long have you guys been makeup artists? You'll see it load in just a few moments. Take the poll. Let me know, how long have you been a pro makeup artist? Are you an enthusiast and you only want to do makeup on yourself? Are you aspiring? You want to be a professional makeup artist, but you aren't quite there yet. Less than a year, 1 to 3 years, 3 to 7 years, 7 to 10 years, or 10 years plus. Let me know. I'm so curious to see who's in the building today. I'm going to mute myself one more time, but warm up the comments, you guys. Let's get this popping. I'm really excited about this class. So happy that you all are logging in, tuning on, and letting me know. We're going to get started in exactly 4 minutes. All right, so it's a 2-minute countdown. Welcome, you guys. A bunch of new people have logged on. Welcome, welcome, welcome. If you scroll down, you will see, well, it depends on what device you're on. If you're on your mobile device, if you scroll down, you'll see a poll. I kind of want to warm up the room. Let me know how long you've been a makeup artist. So take the poll so I can get a temperature of who exactly is in the room, and warm up the comments. I do see on my end that there are some requests. It looks like you have hands raised. Unfortunately, I do not know how to use that functionality. I am new to this platform. So Ebony Griffin, Takoya, Shelvia, Frankia, Vanessa, it looks like you clicked the raise your hand or ask a question button. I don't know how to use that. So if you really do have a question, feel free to drop it in the chat. Otherwise, if you could just lower your hand, please. That would be awesome. But we're going to go ahead and get started in exactly 1 minute. I have a full deck of content that I'm going to be sharing with you. So I'm going to need every bit of my time with you guys today. So we're going to get started on time. The beautiful thing is that the system is set up to send you a replay. So for anyone that you know that has to come in late, it's all good. You'll receive the replay tomorrow. I think it's set to go out tomorrow. So really excited to have you. We have over 210 people who are on live. 595 people have registered. That is insane. I am so honored and excited. Well, ladies, maybe some gentlemen, it is 4 o'clock. I'm going to go ahead and get it poppin'. Again, welcome to Find Your Voice. What I'm going to be sharing with you guys today are the 6 steps that I want every single one of you to take to find your voice, grow your influence, and dominate in the beauty industry. I am truly so excited to have you here. I'm blown away by the number of people that have expressed interest in learning the tools and the tricks that I'm going to be sharing with you today. So hold on 1 second. I'm going to maximize my screen. Let's have a little roll call. I would love to know where you guys are from, where you're tuning in from. Let me know in the chat. Francine, bonjour from Paris. Hey, Paris. Tashia, Nicole, that's awesome. Dominica from Georgia, welcome. Thank you so much for tuning in. I'm going to scroll down because these comments are going fast. Let me see. Let's see. I don't know if it's going from top to bottom. Bottom to top is Delaware, Asia, New York City, Miami, Jamaica, DMV. Las Vegas is in the house. Michelle. Hey, Michelle from Atlanta. How are you? New Jersey. That's where I'm from. Hey, Jersey. Hey, Sherrill. I'm so sorry if I pronounced your name wrong. Buffalo is in the house. Colleen, Texas. How are you? Tampa, Angie, Sharon. This is so amazing. You guys are from all over the place. Okay, originally from Nigeria, but tuning in from Canada. This is fantastic. Come on, Howard, I see you. Tallahassee. Oh my gosh, it sounds like all of the US is represented here today. Wow, this is pretty freaking fantastic. So cool. Okay, UK. I knew the UK was going to have to come through with a sleigh. How amazing is that? Wow. Well, you guys, I'm really honored and excited. This is my first class. Hey, Princess, how are you from the DMV? This is my very first online class. And there were a couple bumps and bruises along the way, but thank you so much for tuning in. Dialing in, moving mountains. Some people were like, I took off work just to be at this class. I'm honored to have you. And let's get it popping. So I want to make sure that you guys have the best experience on this call today. So what I'm going to ask you to do is turn off everything. And I mean everything that's operating in the background. That means your cell phone if you're not on it for this webinar. That means closing your door, secluding yourself somewhere private, like doing whatever you need to do, turning off that TV, getting off Facebook, Snapchat, like all of that, so that you can be here and present with me today. I want you to discover new techniques and strategies that will help you grow your business. So I need you in here with me, okay? So put away all distractions. And some of you may be on a mobile device. The view looks a little bit different if you're on mobile. So this is the screen that you'll see. If you only see my presentation, what you'll have to do is minimize the screen. And then once you do that, you'll be able to see the chat and the poll on the bottom of your screen. So you should be able to see all of this, the entire window, when you're on your mobile device. So if you don't see that, just minimize the screen that you're currently on, and it'll open up the rest of the page so you can see all the fun stuff that's happening in the chat. Okay, so tell me in the comments, I want to know, what is your biggest, juiciest goal for this year? What is your biggest goal for 2017? I want to get a temperature of where you guys are and what you're looking to grow and manifest in your business. So in the chat, let me know, take a few moments to type out, like, what is that number one thing that you want to achieve in your business? All right, Crystal, she wants to establish her own business, successful salon studio. I love that. Travel the country doing makeup. Yes, Moji Sola, that's amazing. Lay a foundation for my business, book more clients, book more gigs, find my signature style. That's awesome. Make a sustainable salary solely from makeup artistry. So you want to go full time. I love it. Enhance your skills, make a living wage. Awesome, awesome, awesome. I love all of that. So how close are you to accomplishing that number one goal that you have for yourself this year? How close? Really close? Are you on track? Or are you just kind of envisioning it, but don't really know where to start? Let me know where you are. Ooh, I love it, Jasmine. You were on track. I love it, love it, love it. Oh my gosh, on track. Okay, someone's gotten off track, stuck in the middle. Envisioning, don't know where to start, don't know where to start. Envisioning and getting on track. I love it, I love it, I love it. Cool, cool, cool. I see a lot of people on track. I see a lot of people who don't know where to start. I see some people who are stuck. Some people who are still in the envisioning phase. Ebony, you're not close. You're working on it. Keep pushing. And that's why I'm so glad that you are here today, because I'm going to give you some tips so that you can get yourself back on track and unstuck. But I want to hear your reasons. So if you're not close, if you're not on track, if you find that you're stuck, if you don't know what to do next, like, what is that number one thing that stopped you from really taking strides towards your goal? What stopped you? Fear. Yeah, Stacy. That's a big one. Michaela is on track, then you'll get off again. So there's inconsistency. Like sometimes it's good, sometimes it's bad. Finances. Yes, that's a big one. Wanting to graduate college. Fear, fear, fear. I'm seeing all the fear. Shy, putting yourself out there. Lack of confidence and fear. We're going to talk about all of these things. And the crazy thing, and why I wanted to ask this question, I wanted you guys to all see the comments, is we all have the same things happening. It's the fear. It's the lack of finances. It's you're in school, just the stuff that comes up, right? Like it gets rough. So we're going to be talking about all of those things. Faye, I see you have a lack of bookings. That's real. Like if you want to be a makeup artist, you have to have people that'll book you. So we're literally going to talk into all of those things. So stay tuned, you guys. It's going to be awesome. I really hope that you get something actionable and tangible that you can implement in your business. So you are absolutely in the right place if, number one, you're a working makeup artist and you know makeup is your calling, right? Like, this is the thing that you want to do, but you feel stuck and stagnant or lost. You're in the right place. Or you may be booking clients, right? Like you may be where I was a year ago, where you're booked. Like you have people who are reaching out. Your Saturdays are filled up, but there's more, right? Like that there is something out there that's bigger than what you're doing now. And you just need to find the missing link. And then number three, if you've ever said to yourself, no one in my area will pay my rates. I've heard that time and time again. If I just had a roadmap for what to do next, this class is 100% for you. And I know it's for you because I said all of those things. I've been that person that's been like, nobody's going to pay this rate. This is crazy. Or if someone could just tell me what the heck to do, like I'm a hustler, I will do it. So I have some answers for you today. I'm going to be dropping some major keys. So it's going to be fun. Today, you are going to discover every single step of my signature style. So we're going to do a demo, right? Because we're here for the makeup. We all want to see what that makeup looks like and how to achieve that look, right? But I'm also going to give you 6 real actionable steps that will help you figure out who you are as an artist, It'll help you lock in on what is that special sauce that you bring to the industry. It'll help you discover how to get the word out to the right clients, and finally, how to actually close those deals so you can finally start making real money from your craft. How does that sound? I want to see some yeses, some that's amazing, some hearts in the comments. Like, let me know if this sounds like exactly what you need to start moving in the right direction. And I'm looking at these comments. You guys are funny. Heck yeah. Great. Awesome. Love it. Great. So we are in the right place. So what you need to know about this class is I am so interactive. I'm not here to entertain you. This is about giving you really, really good content. This is a two-way street. So I want to see you. If something resonates with you, I want to see you in the comments like, yes, like give me more of that. So I know that I'm on the right track with what I'm saying. Okay. Is that a deal? Awesome. And I want you guys to be sure to stay to the very, very end, okay? You have to stay until the end of my class today because I'm going to be offering you something really special that only the folks who have tuned in live will have access to. So stay to the end and you'll have access to this special offer. It's a gift. I'm really, really excited to share it with you. It's something that people have been asking for a minute. And I've been resisting it, but I'm going to do it. So stay to the end and you'll not only get the details, but you'll get first access to it and a special offer. So before we hop into the content and the demo, allow me to reintroduce myself or introduce myself for the first time for you guys who don't know me. My name is Tiyana Robinson, and I am a makeup artist, brand ambassador, and beauty educator. My work has been seen ripping the runway of New York Fashion Week, where I served as key makeup artist for the first show in New York Fashion Week history to exclusively feature models of color. You've seen my work on shows on VH1, WeTV, Good Morning Washington, and on beautiful brown brides in the DC area and abroad. I serve as a social media ambassador for Black Opal and Noxzema. I have grown my Instagram following from just a little under 10K to over 43K in just over a year. I've scaled my business to multiple six figures of revenue. And just a few weeks ago, I was nominated as 2017 Best Makeup Artist in DC by Washington City Paper. When I'm not painting DC's most beautiful faces, I have the pleasure and the honor of training and mentoring makeup artists from all over the world through my signature 6-week business, branding, and social media coaching program. Woo! That's the fancy smancy bio. But honestly, you guys, I am just a regular, schmegular girl that really, really, really loves makeup. And in fact, I can only think of two things that I love more than makeup, and that's my amazing, handsome, wonderful husband. His name is Yuri, and Beyonce Giselle Knowles Carter, okay? Those are the only two things that I love more than I love makeup. Please let me know in the comments if you love Beyonce as much as I love me some Beyonce. But truly, I mean, I've always loved makeup. And I remember some of my earliest memories are of being a little girl and playing in my grandmother's blush. She had this fire engine red blush. This was the 80s. And she used to put it on her face just like Dynasty. And she didn't wear anything else, no other makeup, but a little bit of blush. And I just remember playing in that blush and being like, ugh. Man, oh man, I love makeup, but I never thought that being a makeup artist was something that was available to me or a possibility. My mother had me when she was very, very young. She got pregnant when she was 16, had me when she was 17, but I'm lucky that I had a mother and a family support system that really just pulled together and raised me. And they always, raised me to believe that my path in life was college. I didn't have a choice. I was going to be the one that broke the cycle of teen pregnancy in my family that would go on to go to college and live the quote unquote dream that, my mother sacrificed so that I could have. So never even thought that, even though I love makeup, I've been wearing makeup since I was, oh y'all, I used to wear a full face in middle school, literally. Just never even considered it. But as I was growing up, I definitely knew I wanted to go to college. And I had convinced myself that if I wasn't going to be a makeup artist, I could be a cosmetic chemist and make makeup. So I ended up earning a full ride scholarship to the University of New Mexico. It was a track scholarship and an academic scholarship. And I went as a chemistry major. And if you know anything about being an athlete at a Division I school, they get their money's worth. I mean, it is really, really demanding. I would have 2-a-days, practicing at like 6 o'clock in the morning, then going to class, then coming back and practicing again at 2:30. It was crazy. And I just could not keep up with the demand of being a chemistry major, but also like keeping my scholarship so that I could graduate. So I ended up switching my major to pre-law, because if I wasn't going to be the chemist in the family, damn it, I was going to be the lawyer in the family. And that would be really sexy for my mom to say. But as I got closer and closer to graduation, I realized that I didn't want to be an attorney, like not at all. I didn't want to be a lawyer. That is just so not my ministry. I wanted to do something that was fun and something that was in the beauty industry. So I had the conversation with my mom, broke the news to her that I was not going to be the lawyer in the family. And to my surprise, she was super, super supportive. So I graduated with degrees in political science and psychology, and just really didn't know what the heck I was going to do with myself. So I spent a few years worked at a law firm. Then I worked at federal court, and I was like, this is so not what I want to do. So I remembered that there was a woman in my network who had just launched a hair extensions brand. And I was like, hair extensions, that's kind of in the beauty industry. Maybe I could reach out to her and see if I could help her with her company, because it was kind of popping at the time. It had just launched, but it was gaining popularity. So I'm like, I know she needs help. So let me just see. So kind of on a whim, I drafted this beautifully crafted cover letter that just laid out all the ways that I was going to be an asset to her company, and she just needs to let me work for her. And to my surprise, she said no. She crunched me. And I was like, oh, okay. So I actually completely forgot about it. And a few months later, I get a random email in my inbox first thing in the morning. And the only thing that it says was, what can I do to get you to Denver? And I'm like, just match my salary and I am there. So literally that was a Friday morning, because I was checking my emails first thing in the morning before I went to work. By the time I got through that day, I had quit my job, packed my bags, put all my bags in a U-Haul in my Honda Civic, and was on my way to Denver. I had no plan at all. I was just like, I'll just sleep on your couch until I figure it out. So I moved to Denver to work with this woman in her hair extensions company. And it was awesome. So she was actually, the company was based in Cambodia and in Denver. So she was flying back and forth between Cambodia and Denver. And we did that for a couple of months, where she would fly back and forth and I would manage the studio and package orders and do client service. And one day in probably about July, and I had gone to Denver in May. So in July, she came into the office and she was like, we have to move everything to Cambodia. And I'm like, okay, well, what does that mean? And she's like, I'm closing down the Denver operations and we need to move everything to Cambodia. Are you coming? And I was like, oh my God, I just moved to Denver and here I am faced with the opportunity to move to Cambodia. So you best believe your girl was in Cambodia. So I literally sold everything that couldn't fit into 2 pieces of luggage that I didn't have to pay extra for to get to Cambodia. I sold it and I moved to Phnom Penh, which is the capital of Cambodia. This was literally a view from my apartment. I lived right across the street from the Royal Palace, and I was there for 2 years. And together, I helped to build this brand from the ground up, and it was such an amazing experience. I got my first taste of being an entrepreneur, of what it means to hustle and grind. And there is no manual, especially at the time. Like, this was before bundles were a thing, you guys. This is before people even really wanted to talk openly about the fact that they wore weave. Okay. So there was no manual for how do you build a hair extensions brand. We just had to figure it out and freaking do it. So that was my first taste of that. And I learned so much about what it means to brand a company, to create almost a mystique around a company, and to sell high-end products. People didn't know from the outside looking in that we were literally just two girls sitting in the middle of Cambodia in raggedy t-shirt and jeans. Like, we don't know how this is going to work, but we're just going to be like, people didn't know, because on the outside, our company looked like $1 million brand, but we were just kind of like, all we have is some chewing gum and a rubber band. We're going to make this work. So here are a couple of pictures of my team and me at the monuments in the ruins in Cambodia. And here's a behind the scenes picture of us with our bundles that we would collect from women in the countryside. So it was an amazing, amazing, amazing experience. And I was there for 2 years, grinding it out. I had to learn, again, how to hustle, forced to, figure it out, no excuses. And I developed a solutionary attitude. So I was there for 2 years. And by the time I got to the end of my 2 years, I was so ready to move back to the US. Like, all of my friends, we were getting to that age where folks are starting to have babies and getting married. And I was like, I need to get back. Plus, I was talking to a guy and I was like, I want to have a boyfriend. So I moved back to the States, and I decided to move back to Denver because I love the city so much. And I had such an amazing time in Denver. But a couple weeks after I had moved back, got this amazing apartment, like right in the center of the city, high rise. Y'all, it was super expensive. I got a call from the CEO of the company, and she's like, we need to talk. And y'all know when someone needs to talk, it is never good. So basically what happened was, one of the partners in the company that I've been working for had embezzled pretty much all of the money that was in the account, plus our hair. So not only did we not have any money, but we also didn't have supply to sell. Like, we had bare minimum. So basically the CEO of this company was like, listen, we have enough money in our account to pay staff for this month. And then that's it. Like, there's no more money. We have nothing. So basically I was out of a job, and the rug was pulled from under me. And here I was in this brand new apartment that I had just furnished. I had to buy all new clothes because I had gotten rid of everything when I moved to Cambodia. And I had nothing. I had no money in my account because all the money that I had saved, I spent on reestablishing my life. And I was like, what the heck am I going to do? I was just so lost and so confused. And I ended up getting a little job at a nonprofit, but it just so was not a culture fit. I mean, Denver is a really, really granola place, right? Like, it's all Jesus sandals and, green and all that stuff. And I'm a glam girl. So it just didn't work out. So after a few months of really kind of struggling to make ends meet at this nonprofit, I decided to move back home with my parents. And I hadn't been home since I was 17. I went to college when I was 17. I was a fully functional adult by the time I was 18. I had my own car, my own apartment. Like, I was doing it. So to be in a place as a college graduate, as someone who was raised to succeed, like, I had every advantage, right? Like, I got a scholarship, like all of this stuff. And to be in a place where I'm now living on a twin bed in my parents' house, no money, no car, no nothing. I just felt like such a loser. You guys, if I'm to be honest, I was so depressed and upset, like asking God, how did this happen to me? I thought I made all the right decisions. I thought I was obedient and did everything that you said that I should do. Oh, it is a black screen because I was in the pits, you guys. I was in the pits. This screen is intentionally black so you guys can see what I felt like in that moment. But while I felt like I was in a pit, my love life was popping. Okay. So I was talking to a guy and we had been long distance since I was in Cambodia. And we had been talking that whole time, and he was here, he was in DC. And he was like, listen, I'm so tired of you complaining about your life and how miserable you are. Like, why don't you come to DC? Because you ain't got no job. You clearly ain't got nothing to do. You might as well come down here and let's see where this goes. So I did. And I moved to DC. All I had was my little bags. I had to move in with him because I had nothing. And that's how I landed in DC. So we were out at a happy hour a few weeks later, and randomly, I'm in a sorority. I'm a member of Delta Sigma Theta, and this is yellow, y'all. This is not pink and green. This is yellow. My dress is yellow. So randomly, we were out at a happy hour, and one of my sorority sisters came up to me and she was like, I always see you and Yuri on Instagram. I love the way you do your makeup. Can you do my makeup for an event? And I'm like, no, I've never done anyone's makeup before. Like, heck no, I'm not about to do your makeup. I've never done it. And she was like, come on, you can do it, you do it. Finally, she broke me down and I ended up doing her makeup and I loved it. So this is my first little quote unquote client. I posted on Instagram and that was 3 weeks ago. So 3 years ago, excuse me. So the very first time that I ever picked up a brush and put it to someone else's face was 3 years ago. And a couple weeks later, one of my favorite makeup artists, Rennie Vasquez, announced that he was having a makeup class here in DC. So I'm like, I'm loving this. I feel like I want to be a makeup artist. Let me go to this makeup class and see how real makeup artists do makeup. So I went to this class, got my life, of course. But what I took away more from that experience was that was the first time that I saw it was possible. I saw myself in Rennie because he was from the DMV too. And look at where he was. He was teaching a class. Like, he was working with celebrities. Like, he had made it. And so for the first time, I saw that it was possible to be a makeup artist and to be living in your dream and to get amazing jobs and like have this amazing, fabulous life. And so I left that class and immediately scraped my pennies together and started building my first kit. I'm just looking back on those photos and I'm like, oh my God, y'all remember that class? Like, I was there. I remember being in the audience and being like, one day I'm going to be up there teaching. So anyway, after I left that class, I immediately got to work practicing, calling my friends over, begging them to let me do their makeup. And I started getting results. People actually started reaching out to me to do their makeup. And it was so cool. And they would offer to pay me. And I'm like, what? This is crazy. And within a year, I was hella booked. Like, I was working every Saturday. I had gotten my job back with the hair extensions company. We had gotten funding from an investor. So I had a full-time job again. I was working evenings, weekends, like doing makeup, getting really cool jobs. Like, I had gotten some celebrity clients. I'd done Issa Rae and Keisha Knight Pulliam. I was getting brides. I was doing really good work. But when I thought about it, I'm like, my coins aren't really adding up. Like, how are people doing this full time if I'm this booked? And logically, most people really only need their makeup done on weekends. How are people making this work? And so I did that for about a year and a half. And I got to this place where it's like, this is what I'm meant to do. I want to be a makeup artist, but I'm missing something. There has to be a way that people are making this work. And maybe I'm just not, I'm not doing this right. So I remember literally anyone who would ask me like, how's your business going? I'd be like, oh, it's great, but I need a mentor. And I would post about it on Facebook, like, if I just had a mentor that could just tell me what to do, I promise I would do it. All of that, like just speaking it as much as possible, speaking it. And coincidentally, Rennie Vasquez announced that he was having another makeup class, but this time it was with Sam Fine. And all you have to say to me is Sam and Fine, and I am there. So I went to that class because I'm like, I got to see Sam. I got to see this close up. So I was like the first person, one of the first people in that class. And I remember staff like setting up like, why are you here? Like, it is early. So I went to that class, and of course I, picked up some really great techniques. But at the end of it, a woman got up and she shared her story. And she shared the ups and the downs of her career and everything that she'd been going through. And she was a celebrity makeup artist. And then she lost everything. And she went through a period of resentment where she was looking at Instagram and seeing everyone kind of living in their dreams. And why wasn't it working for her? And like everything that she was saying just resonated with me, you guys. Like I was at church as she was talking. I was like, yes, God, yes, everything that you're saying. And at the end of her presentation, she shared that she was starting a mentorship program for makeup artists. And I was like, oh my God, I manifested this. Like I prayed for this. I had talked about this. I had asked for this, and here it is. But the funniest part is, even though I felt like everything that I had asked for was standing right there on that stage, there was a $97 application fee to talk to her about the program. And I was like, I'm not paying this crazy lady $97 to talk to her. I don't know who she thinks she is. I don't know her like that. Like, no, I allowed my fear in that moment, my fear of losing my $97 hold me back from the thing that I knew could help me take my business to the next level. And then I had an aha moment, because as I thought about it, as I, thought back on her message, as I saw her just kind of being up there, she was wearing Louboutins and like doing the thing. I was like, again, I'm seeing the possibility. I'm seeing that she can show me the way and show me a roadmap of how I can build and grow my business. She's going to be the person that helps me frame this out for me. So she ended up emailing everyone who attended that class and inviting them to a 3-day boot camp. Sam Fine was going to be there. So of course I scraped all of my little ducats together and went to that boot camp and spent the weekend with both of them, developing my craft. And it was incredible. And at the end of that boot camp, she talked again about her program. And I'm just like, everything you're saying is exactly what I need. But the money, you guys, the program was really expensive. Just for context, the deposit for that program was $3,000. It was $3,000. And I remember like literally sitting in this class crying and like hemming and hawing, like, what am I going to do? Because here I am. I had prayed, meditated, like wished for it. And here is the opportunity. And that $3,000 was everything that I had in my account, down to the penny. Like all I had was $3,000. After that, there was no more. So I left that class, got on the phone with my husband, like, I really feel like this is what I need to do. I'm so glad that he was supportive, because he encouraged me to go ahead and enroll in the program. That was a year ago, almost to the day. No. It was about a year and a couple months ago, because I started working with her in February of last year. And you guys, my life has been incredible. I am finally in a place where I'm happy. I feel like I've finally found my purpose. I feel confident in my artistry. The leaps and the bounds that I've taken have been absolutely astronomical. To go from 3 years ago, first picking up a makeup brush, to putting it to someone's face, to attracting clients who literally fly me around the world to do their makeup. It's amazing. It's amazing. And one of the highlights of my 2016, which was last year, was consulting with Black Opal on their new foundation shades. If you've been paying attention, you follow their brand, you know that they recently expanded their shade range, and I helped to consult with them about, the undertones that they should add. And then I spent a couple days with them in New York, presenting their newest products to beauty editors from Essence, Vogue, InStyle, Good Housekeeping, Mary Claire, and so much more. And sometimes I feel like I have to pinch myself, like, is this real? Is this really my life? But I have to say, what brings me the most joy is being able to take my expertise in branding and marketing and building a business from the ground up and helping other makeup artists design their dream lives. I mean, it is the most incredible feeling to see other makeup artists blossom into their purpose just like I did. As I look back on the trajectory of my life and all the ups and downs and the random experiences and randomly moving to Cambodia, and it's like I needed to go to New Mexico because that put me in a position to make the leap to Denver. And I needed Denver so that I could say yes to Cambodia. And I needed Cambodia so that I could become a woman. I needed to lose it all and to feel that pit of Blackness. Because if I had never felt that pain, if I had never hit that rock bottom, I would have never promised myself that I would never, ever put my future in another person's hands. And I never would have said yes to doing makeup. So my mission is to take back the beauty industry. It's in a tough place right now. I know a lot of us are struggling to make it work. I was just right there with you a little over a year ago. It's hard out here. Competition is higher than ever. It's just, it's very, very difficult. But I'm so clear that the work that I'm doing through my coaching program and through mentoring other artists is about so much more than lipstick and lashes. For me, it's about legacy. And my purpose is to serve and uplift. It's my mission to help other makeup artists create pockets of wealth. I'd never had that, right? Like my parents never really had anything to pass on to me. They just had hustle. And so for me, I want to help other makeup artists. And I believe that as makeup artists, we can use the gift of beauty to not only touch other people's lives, but to start healing our own communities and our own families so that the generations that come behind us have choices. Many of us didn't have choices. Like I didn't have a choice. I had a path that was kind of laid out for me and I didn't have a say so. But I want my kids and my kids' kids and everyone that comes behind me and my family to have choices. And I know that many of you want that kind of freedom for yourselves and your family too. So I'm really, really honored and proud to be sharing the next few hours with you. And I really hope that you take something away from this class today that will help you along your journey. What if your legacy work started today? Woo! And got a little deep. So now that you know who I am and what my mission is, let's play with some makeup, y'all. Let's get this popping. So we're going to go ahead and hop over to the demo. I need just a few moments. I got to get mic'd up. I got to get set up. We're going to switch over to the live feed. I picked up a little fancy schmancy camera. I have someone here supporting me. So I literally need just about 2 minutes to get that all set up. So if you could just bear with me, I'm going to play a quick video. Stay tuned. But if you have to hop up and grab some water, grab some notes, take a little potty break, it's completely fine. You can do that now. I'll be back in about 2 minutes and then we'll be ready to play in a little makeup.
These are roughly 28,835 jelly beans. I counted out 500 of them and used those to weigh the rest. In this pile, there's 1 jelly bean for each day that the average American will live. You might have more beans in your life, or maybe less, but on average, this is the time we have. Here's a single bean. It's your very first day. A special day, but kind of a rough day on everyone involved. Add 364 more and you have the first year of your life. Now, for a sense of scale, here are your first 15 years. 5,475 days, which brings us to the threshold of adulthood, and at that moment, this is the time that we have left. And this is, on average, what we will do with all that time. We will be asleep for a total of 8,477 days. If we're lucky, some of that time we'll be sleeping next to someone we love. We will be in the process of eating, drinking, or preparing food for 1,635 days. We'll be at work, hopefully doing something satisfying, for the equivalent of 3,202 of those days. 1,099 days will be spent commuting or traveling from one place to another, maybe a little bit more if you live in LA. On average, we will watch television in one form or another for a total of 2,676 days. Household activities, like chores and tending to our pets and shopping, will take another 1,576 days. And we will care for the needs and well-being of others, our friends and family, for 564 days. We'll spend 671 days bathing, grooming, and doing all other bathroom-related activities, and another 720 days will go to community activities, like religious and civic duties, charities, and taking classes. After we remove all those beans, this is what remains. This is the time that we have left. Time for laughing, swimming, making art, going on hikes, text messages, reading, checking Facebook, playing softball, maybe even teaching yourself how to play the guitar. So what are you going to do with this time? How much of it do you think you've already used up? If you only had half of it, what would you do differently? What about half of that? How much time have you already spent worrying instead of doing something that you love? What if you just had one more day? What are you going to do today?
All right. All right, you guys, I am so excited about this. I have my model here, Marcia, and today we're going to be demoing what I consider one of my signature looks. I love to attract the client and the bride who really wants to get fresh, perfected, not overdone skin, but the focus is on the eye. She's giving lots of glam, lots of lash. And so I've done this look before with Marcia, and you guys went crazy for it. So I'm going to walk you through step by step how to achieve this look, okay? Now, I do want to caution you just one more time. Please ask your questions in the chat box. I won't be able to hop in there and answer them, but I'll be as thorough as possible as I'm going through the demo. So, and afterwards, if you continue to have questions, I'll hop back in and answer any questions that you may have. So, without further ado, look at her giving you a side by side. I love it. So, I'm going to hop right into the routine. So, first things first, we're going to go through skin prep, okay? So my skin prep routine is actually very simple. I don't like to do too much. I love to use foundations that are rock solid and, you know, give me the coverage that I need. So I don't want to add too much product to the skin. So going through skin prep, the very first thing that I do is I will typically spray my client with a toner spray. So let me give you a couple spritz here. And my favorite are Caudalie Elixir, Beauty Elixir. I love that stuff because it smells amazing. It's very calming and soothing to the skin, and it's just a beautiful product. But if you don't have that, a really good alternative is MAC Fix Plus, and that's what we use today. So after I hit my client with a little toner spray, I'll go in with a moisturizer. So I love moisturizers that are quite thick and emollient. So the moisturizer that I'm using today is Kiehl's. That's K-I-E-H-L-S, Creme d'Elegance. So CREMED''ELEGANCE. So if someone would just hop into the chat and spell that out, it's Kiehl's
creme d'elegance. And the reason why I specifically love this moisturizer as opposed to something like a Embryolisse is that this has much more emollients to it. And I love, you guys will find that I love using creams. And when I'm using creams, the benefit of having a creamy texture on top of a moisturizer that's nice and emollient is that that cream is going to blend and move over the surface of the skin. So having a cream moisturizer that's a bit more emollient really helps with the blending and bringing the foundation colors together. So that's why I choose something that is a little bit more rich and creamy. Embryolisse is fine, but it does, it absorbs into the skin, which is great. But for this purpose, I want something that leaves a little bit of sheen to the surface of the skin. So as I'm applying this, I'm paying special attention to those areas that tend to get a little bit more dry and chapped. And typically, I'm going to just turn your head to the side. Typically, that happens right on the side of the nose. I'm sure you've noticed your clients having lots of kind of texture and dryness there. And also right under the eye. So have your client look up and really give her lots of moisture right under that eye. And you want to really go there if you have a client. I'm going to turn you this way. If you have a client who's mature and, has some wrinkles under there, really give her lots of moisture. If you guys have ever found that your clients are getting creasy under the eye or, there's just a lot of texture there, it starts here. You want to start to address that right at the skin prep step. So giving moisture there really hydrates that area. And I'm sure you guys are asking, what do you do if your client has oily skin? What do you do? So my technique really doesn't change. I'm going to say this over and over again, but I love to keep it super simple. So I've created a routine that works for everyone. So whether my client is dry, whether she's oily, whether she's combination or normal, I pretty much give her the same thing. Now, the only difference is this next step, which is if my client is oily, which I'll ask during skin prep, tell me about your skin. Are you oily? Are you dry? Are you combination? 9 times out of 10, she's going to say she's oily. So I will hit her with just a bit of mattifying primer right in the T-zone area. Do you guys have any guesses about what my favorite mattifying primer is? You guys are going to laugh, but I love just regular old Milk of Magnesia. And I know that's kind of controversial. But you have to remember, like, when a client is getting her makeup done, it's a special occasion. And I'm very clear that Milk of Magnesia, you shouldn't use it daily, but it really does do a great job of absorbing the oil and making the skin matte. So for a special occasion, once in a while, I think it's okay to use Milk of Magnesia. But if you do want alternatives, I love Becca. They have a great mattifying primer. If you guys have Boots number 7 at your Target, they have a really good mattifying primer as well. And actually, it mimics to me the kind of the texture and the finish that Milk of Magnesia gives to the skin. So those are 2 really good alternatives. But as I'm applying this to the T-zone, I am not giving her so much that it leaves that white cast on the skin. I'm literally using just enough to absorb the oil that we just laid down with the Milk of Magnesia. I'm sorry, with the moisturizer. So during the skin prep phase, I do like to give my client just a bit of hydration to the lips as well. So any lip balm will do. I'm actually using Lucas Paw, which is pretty much like petroleum jelly. It's a little bit different, but it has a very similar consistency to petroleum jelly. So you just want to give your client's lips a little bit of moisture right now, so when you do the lips later, it's ready for that lipstick or that lip gloss, and she's not chapped and you're not getting dragging across the lips. So I do that now. And then my final step of skin prep is I address my client's brows. And this is a step that I've noticed that many makeup artists skip, and it's so important that you not skip it because it really does make a difference in your final product. There's nothing like a look that from top to bottom is clean and refined, and few things throw a look off faster than brows that aren't groomed and, you know, fresh and looking nice. So Marcia has great brows. I really don't have to do much, but what I am going to do is I brush my client's brows upward, because my signature is like a brushed up brow. So to get it there, I brush the brows upward, and if I need to tweeze, I will. So I'll clean up the the underbrow area, and if the client has extra brows on top, I'll clean that up. And then once that's clean and I have my shape, I'll go in and just trim the brows that are extending past her shape. So these little scissors that I carry are super cute. They are called, and I'll show them to you in 1 second as soon as I finish this, but they are called Twizzlers. I think they're called Twizzlers. And I got them from Muse Beauty Pro, I think. So super cute, and they're so convenient because you can just trim just like that. And then I use them for my lashes as well. So get you some Twizzlers in your kit. So that's pretty much it for my skin prep. Again, I keep it super simple because the action is in the coverage and the foundation. So this gives me what I need to, you know, create a beautiful canvas. So I am ready for foundation, and I want to share with you, and this is super exclusive. I've never shared this, you know, online before, and I really only share this when I do like one-on-one lessons or when I'm going deep with my artists. So I have a 3-step system that helps me to shade match my client every single time. So you guys are going to learn that today. So, and I developed this system because I'm a systems person. I love having systems by which I can do my makeup and have it be consistent and, you know, get the consistent results that I want. And when I first started doing makeup, I learned, like many of you, from YouTube University. So I was doing the makeup that I saw on YouTube on my clients, and I was getting super inconsistent results. So sometimes it would work, sometimes it wouldn't. And I just could not figure out why it wasn't working sometimes. So in my head, I was like, okay, well, how can I make a system that actually works every single time? What I was finding was that the face would be great, like the face would be snatched. But when I stepped back and looked at the face versus the body, it wasn't, you know, it was a floating head situation. And so I really wanted to step my game up and have this makeup be consistent from top to bottom, you know, the face matching the décolleté, the décolleté, and the shoulders and the arms, and everything just looked beautiful. So this is what I came up with. When you are working with women of color, we all know that very rarely is a woman of color one thing consistently throughout her face and body. She has multiple different tones, and our job as makeup artists is to address all the tones that are present. So when I'm working with a client, I'm not only looking at her face, I'm looking at her chest, I'm looking at her arms, I'm looking everywhere to see what's really going on here. So I noticed through trial and error and having lots of clients in my chair and failing lots of times that most women will have 3 different things going on in their skin. They'll have an all over color, which is what I consider like if you were to take all of the tones that are in her body and mix them up in a blender and get the average of everything, that's what I would consider an all over tone. She then has an undertone, and typically when you look at someone's chest, when you look at the center of her face, you can see the undertone coming through. So our Marcia, her undertone is kind of golden, like a golden beige. For me, I'm very golden undertone. You may have a pinky beige undertone. So your client will have an all over tone and an undertone. And the third tone that she'll have, and this is kind of the game changer, she will have an overtone. And I consider the overtone the warmth that typically happens around the perimeter of her body. So she'll be warm at the forehead, she'll be warm on her shoulders and her arms. And so I look at that and I try to get a sense of what is that tone, what's coming through. And so here's where the system comes in place. I will first do a wash of her all over color, all over her face. I will highlight with her undertone, right? So if she feels very yellow or golden, I'll choose a foundation to put in the center of her face that feels very yellow and golden. And if she has a warm overtone that feels very red or very kind of orangey, I will contour with that overtone. So she's getting that warmth around the perimeter of her face. So that 3-part system is how I dress all the tones that are present in my client's body. So I know that was a lot. I know you probably have tons of questions. I wanted to give you the overview first, and now we'll put it into practice, okay? So let's deal with her all over color. So I keep my foundations in a little view set palette. Y'all, I'm clumsy, so, and Marcia's trying to come in with the save. But view set palette, I use cream foundation. So these are a mix of black opals. These are a mix of a couple Anastasia. I use AJ Crimson, and I use William Tuttle. So I have all of my foundations in a kit like this. This is it, you guys. This is my foundation. So I think this has like 24, 26 wells. So that's it. So as I'm looking for the foundation color, I will literally hold it up to my client's face, just like this. And the beautiful thing about this view set is I can see the full range of colors that are available to me. So I'm literally just looking and seeing what's the best match, what will get me the closest to her all over shade. And so I'm going to be somewhere kind of in here for Marcia. So I just take a bit of that, and I mix a couple things. I'm not afraid to just get creative, mix a couple shades. That'll get me close. So I have my palette, and I'll show you guys what this looks like. And then what I also do is I'm not afraid to swatch a bit of this just to see what that gets me. And I'd say that that's pretty close. That's a pretty good match for her all over shade. So I'm happy with that. I think I'll rock with that. Yeah. So if I don't get it right on the first try, I just add whatever I feel like would adjust it. So if I need to add a little bit more peachy beige or a little bit more of a golden tone, like whatever I need to add to that, I'll just, get a bit more from my palette and add it to my little mix. So I like to apply my foundation with Alcone sponges. That's A-L-C-O-N-E. And I love Alcone sponges in particular because they're very, very thick, and I feel like they do a beautiful job of laying down an opaque layer of foundation without having to work too hard. Also, I feel like these sponges blend for me, so I can move very quickly through my application. So I'm going to turn Marcia just a little bit toward you guys. And I love to start my application at the jawline, because this is my opportunity to check, like, is this right? Do I need to adjust it a bit? And I may actually, now that I'm seeing her in the light, I may actually add just a little bit more lightness to this, just to bring this color up just a little bit. And so I do sweep this down the neck. I'm going to turn you back towards me just a little. And as I'm applying foundation to my client's face, I'm giving her coverage where she needs it. So as we're working with creams, the beautiful thing is you get to customize your client's coverage. You don't have to give her full coverage everywhere. So if you find that your client has beautiful skin, like Marcia does, you don't have to always go there. You can keep it fresh. And then if you find that she has dark spots or needs extra coverage in certain areas, all you'll do is go back in and build up the coverage just where she needs it. I know a lot of you may be weary or leery of using creams because it can be heavy, but it doesn't have to be. It really doesn't have to be. You can customize it and build it up according to your taste and according to what your client actually needs. I'm going to turn you towards me just a little. Okay, great. So this is Marcia's all over color. I did bring it just a little bit under the eye, but she doesn't need a ton of coverage there yet. We are going to go in there with the highlight color and give her coverage. So I'm just keeping it light under the eye. Awesome. Now I'm going to go in with a beauty blender, which I absolutely love. I don't use beauty blenders as application tools. I use them as a finishing product. So now that my coverage is on, I'm gonna go in and refine the texture of this foundation and make it more skin-like by bouncing the beauty blender on the skin. So this step helps to make that foundation look a little bit more like skin and less like foundation sitting on top of the skin. This is her all over color. And now we are ready to highlight. So remember earlier, I said that I love to highlight with my client's undertone. And if you look at Marcia's chest, you'll see that she has lots of like a soft golden tone that's kind of emanating from her chest. And so I want to bring that up to the center of her face. So as I'm looking at what's available to me in my handy dandy palette, that was so cheesy. As I'm looking at what's available in my palette, I'm looking in this top row. And the color that's kind of speaking to me is, let me pick up my spatula so you guys can see where I'm pointing. This color is kind of speaking to me because I feel like this particular shade has the same feeling of what's kind of going on in her chest. I hope you guys can see that. So I'm gonna be right in here. And I don't have my palette label. I love to keep my palette clean, but just based upon what I know, this looks like Black Opal Rich Caramel. So picking up a little bit of that Black Opal Rich Caramel, getting it onto my palette, I'm gonna pick up a fresh Alcone sponge. And I am going to highlight under her eyes. So I want you guys to see this part. So Antoine, you can actually pull back in because I want this to be right close up on her face. So when I'm ready to highlight under my client's eye, I do not place this color right at the lash line. Don't do that. And the reason is because when you put so much product right under the eye, think about it. Your client is blinking, she's moving, she's being expressive. She's gonna wrinkle up and she's gonna get creasing under the eye. So when I place my foundation under the eye, I like to give myself about a ½ inch of space. So right there is where I first place my tool. And one thing that I want you guys to know is wherever you land your tool first, that's where the most concentration of your product will be. So I want to concentrate my color right here, and then I will eventually build up to the lash line. But for now, I know that I want the most coverage and the most product right in here, right in the hollow of the eye. And most clients will have a hollow right in here. So I kind of use that as a landmark on the face. So I'm building this up right here. And I want to share with you guys another trick, another system that I developed because I'm all about doing things the same way pretty much every time. So, and I love to have kind of landmarks on my client's face that help me to get the results that I want consistently. So, looking at your client's face, what I like to do when I highlight is I like to have my client, can you smile for me? Yay! And I use the top of her cheekbone as my guide. So I do not bring that highlight any further than the top of her cheekbone. So that serves as my landmark. Like I don't bring highlight all the way out to the hairline. I think that that looks very unnatural. And for me, I like to keep my looks very natural, very true to my client. And so I found that that gives me the most natural result. So that's where I am with that. And for me, light is one of the most important things that you can have in your kit. So I love to have my light right in front of me, focused right on my client's face. And that allows me to see where that light is hitting on my client. So my client's face will tell me where to highlight and where to contour, where to shade. And so the light is telling me that there's a high point here, and everything outside of that is drop off, right? So everything outside of that can be shaded away. She's not gonna be highlighted out here. That's just not the way light works. So I keep my highlight right in the center of the face. And then I start to build down. I love to give a little pop of light right above the lip. It's not a full block of color above the lip because I see y'all doing that and it drives me crazy. But I'm just giving a soft whisper of this highlight tone above the lip. And she's getting a little bit of this on the side of the nose, just a little. And the beautiful thing about these sponges is, again, it really does the blending for you. So I really only have to do just a little bit of refining here to bring everything together. So that's it. I mean, I just love these Alcone sponges. They're great. They give you lots of control, precision, and you really don't have to work too hard to get it right. So I'm popping just a little bit of that highlight onto the chin. And then I'm gonna move on to the forehead. And you guessed it, I have a system for the forehead as well. And actually, I learned this trick from my favorite guy, Rennie Vasquez. So I land my sponge right in the center of the forehead. And I'm concentrating my color there. I blend out. And up. Now you may be asking, well, how far out and how far up should I bring this highlight? Well, what I've learned is that you want to look at your client's brows and build that highlight from high point of the brow to high point of the brow. So that's how wide we go. And then in terms of how high we bring that highlight, I'm gonna turn your face that way. Yes, most clients, and I hope you guys can see this, most clients will have a slope of the forehead, okay? So it'll slope down, it'll hit like a high point, and then slope down. And so I bring that highlight up to the high point of her forehead. So turn back. So my highlight will stop right around here because that's where her forehead slopes off, and then you don't have a big forehead, girl, but no, that's where her client slopes off. If your client has a flat forehead, which many women do, you just kind of have to eyeball it. And the way that I eyeball it, and this is another trick that Rennie taught me, is when you're highlighting, really what you're trying to do is create an oval in the center of your client's face. Why an oval? Because the oval is the ideal face shape. And when you're highlighting, what are we doing? We're pulling attention forward. And so when we highlight in the center of our client's face, we're drawing attention to that oval shape first. So what the eye is seeing is that beautiful oval. So as I'm highlighting, you guys can probably see it coming through. It creates a beautiful oval. And that's why I don't pull my highlight all the way out here. That falls outside the oval, right? So if your client does have a flat forehead and she doesn't have a slope that you can use as a guide, just imagine a perfect oval in the center of her face and think about where the high point of that would be, and that's how far you'll bring your highlight up. Does that make sense? I hope so. Okay, so I'm just refining this forehead. I'm getting my oval together. Great. And then the final step of the highlighting is probably my favorite part, which is down the center of the nose. And so I land my sponge here and I give her highlight right down the center. Now, if you have good light that's positioned right in front of you, the light will naturally hit right down the center of your client's nose. Use that as a guide. I do not bring my highlight past the tip of her nose. Why? Because light naturally does not hit down here. And so I'm not gonna highlight down there unless I'm doing something very specific, like, I don't know, maybe I wanna make her nose look a little bit longer or something like that. But right now, her nose is great. So I don't need to do any magic or any tricks like that. So I'm gonna stop right at the high point, or right at the tip of her nose. And I'm not sure if you guys are seeing what I'm seeing, but there's actually like a hot spot happening right there because the light is shining right on her face. And so I'm using that as a guide. I'm stopping right where that light tells me to stop. And speaking of lighting, because I keep mentioning it, and I'm really a light snob. So the lighting that I love is by Lowell. That's Lowell. And I actually carry two of their lights. So I carry the Tota, which is Tota. And when I teach, I love teaching under the Lowell Pro. And the difference between the two is the Lowell Pro is more of a spotlight, so it shines that light right on my client's face, whereas the Lowell Tota is more of a floodlight. And I love the Lowell lights specifically because they are tungsten, meaning they're warm lights, and I personally love doing women of color in warm light. So those are the lights that I prefer to carry. So right now I'm using the Pro. So I'm just using my Beauty Blender to soften the edges. I still haven't yet brought this highlight color up to the eye, the lash line. So there's still that gap there. I'm still waiting for it. And I'm just going to soften this nose highlight just a bit. With my Beauty Blender. And I do that by just bouncing it right along the nose there. Okay, so looking at this, I personally think this is perfectly beautiful. And all we've done is all over color and highlight. Just know that as the artist, you can make choices. You don't have to do everything. Like if you wanted to just set this and go, or if you have a client that's like, I want to look really, really natural, I just want something really, really soft, you could totally stop here, but we're not. We're gonna contour her up. So the final step is to contour. And I love contouring with products that aren't as full coverage as the Black Opal. So my contouring creams of choice are either AJ Crimson or William Tuttle. And I specifically love those two because they are sheer. They are emollient. It's almost like painting with watercolor. And when I'm contouring, and I actually don't like calling it contouring because I feel like it's more shading, more burning. But when I'm contouring, I am not doing it for coverage. I'm simply bringing warmth back into her skin tone. So that's why I don't like doing the contouring phase with a Black Opal because it's coverage. You know, that Black Opal goes hard. So I'm gonna pick up a little bit of one of these guys on the bottom row, which these are what I use to contour with. And I like something that's right in here. I'll probably go for this one. Right in here. Maybe mix in a little bit of the darkest. So if and again, it's not labeled. I should have labeled my foundations right before the class, but that particular color is comparable to AJ Crimson, either 7 or 7.5. So just as a reference, and I added in a little bit of William Tuttle Ebony, which is comparable to AJ Crimson, I believe number 11, whatever his darkest shade is. So I think it's 11. So just a mix of the two. And I'm using this, I think this is the first brush that I've picked up. So this is the MAC 153. It's a small stippling brush. And this is my favorite thing to contour with. And I love this brush specifically because it blends for me. I mean, it really makes it easy to move product and blend it very quickly. So I start at my client's hairline and I get all in the edges. I can't stand when you can see like her actual skin tone peeking through the edges. So I'm pretty generous with this color and I really work it right at the hairline. I'm not worrying about blending it down yet. All I'm doing at this phase, I'm gonna turn your face All I'm doing at this phase is getting my contour color right at the hairline. And I pretty much, when I'm doing this normally, I'll go from ear to ear at this point. But since I've already done half the face, I'm just gonna go from ear to the top of her forehead. Okay? So I feel like I have a pretty good amount of product there. And so I'm not gonna pick up any more. And what I'm gonna do is start to build this down towards my highlight. And as I'm building down, I'm using very, very light pressure, just the tips of my brush. And what this does, and let me go back. I'm sampling from the foundation that I laid down at the hairline. So I'm picking up a bit of the pigment here and just very lightly bringing it down. I'm gonna turn you center. Building it down towards my highlight. And so by using the very tips of my brush, very light pressure, what's actually happening is it's almost building a third blended tone right on the surface of the skin. So light pressure here. Very, very softly. So she has a beautiful warmth right at the hairline, and then I'm starting to fade and diffuse down. So this is how you get that beautiful, transition without the harsh edges. Pay attention to the pressure that you're using as you blend. When I want to lay down my color, I'm using pretty good pressure. And then when I'm ready to blend, I lighten my pressure. And that's across the board, regardless of whatever tool I'm using. When I'm laying down, pretty generous pressure. And when I blend, lighter pressure. All right, that's a beautiful forehead. And notice that the oval that was in the center of her face, it's still living, it's still there, right? So I just built that contour down towards the highlight. Now I'm ready to contour her cheeks and the side of her face. So, same brush, I'm gonna turn you just slightly, yep. And now I'm gonna start building in and incorporating that warmth right along the side of her face. And then I'm gonna have you smile. And I like to work that right around my client's smile. So you'll notice that I use my client's face and her features as landmarks to where I build and place things. It's all about creating something that's so specific to your client, whoever's sitting in your seat. Great, can you guys see that? So now she has this beautiful warmth that's wrapping from her forehead right along her smile and her cheekbones. And I'm gonna build a bit of that down and onto her jawline. So this warmth is kind of living around the edges of her face, and it's all coming together and looking really, really natural. The way that I like to paint is I want my client to look like she has beautiful skin. Not that her foundation looks amazing, but that she looks amazing. And I'm just using the very tips of my brush to refine the edges and tap away any harsh lines. Gorgeous. This is looking really good. Okay, so my next step and my final step of the cream foundation phase is to contour the side of the nose. And I'm looking for my brush. This is the second brush that I picked up. So I actually like to use a fluffy blender brush to lay down the contour of my client's nose. So one of these guys. This is just a little cheapy $2 brush that I picked up, little goat hair. So I pick up that same contour color on the tips of this brush, really diffuse it. And I run that right on the sides of my client's nose. And I like to start right in, like, bridging the gap between the nose and the eye. One, because I want to kind of diffuse some of that foundation. I find when I go straight to the side of the nose, sometimes I have too much foundation on my brush. And so, you know, this is a really small area. And so you don't really want to make mistakes here. So I kind of start here just to make sure that I have the right amount of product. But also I really love shading away this area. So start right in here, right in the socket, and then build down. So it's not, you know, hard lines. I really don't like working with hard lines. I like working very soft and diffused. And I'm gonna go back in and blend this even more. And the way that I soften this nose contour is I go in with my Beauty Blender. I pick up just the tiniest bit of my highlight color on that sponge. And I start under the eye. And I build this highlight color right on top of the nose contour. So what ends up happening is your contour will live underneath that layer of highlight that you just built on top of it. So it's gonna look like it's emanating from within instead of sitting right on top of the nose. And so for me, that's what creates the most natural, convincing nose contours, when it's kind of sitting underneath something. I don't like when that contour is really obvious and hard down the center of the nose. So that's my system. And then I go back in and soften the highlight by bouncing my Beauty Blender on top of that. Now, if you find that you've gone too far, if you've over blended it, you can always go back in with your sponges. Like you can take your highlight sponge and then run it down the center of the nose and reinforce that highlight, and then go back and forth blending and placing color. But I'm happy with this. So that's my cream. So I'm ready to set. And before I set, there's one more thing that I need to do. And many of you may have seen this before. You may have seen Sam Fine do this, and this is where I learned this from. So before I set my foundation, I take a Kleenex and I split it into two. And watch it take me like 5 minutes to do this just because y'all are watching. Okay, I got it. So split it into two plies. So you have two thin plies of tissue, and you'll take one ply, and we're gonna use that single ply to blot the face, okay? And when you're working with creams, you have to remember, we use the heavy emollient moisturizer, and then we use Black Opal, which is by itself very emollient. And so we have to address that. So what we're gonna do at this phase is pull off some of that extra emollients and some of that extra product that's sitting on the skin, because we don't need all of this. And especially if your client has oily skin, you wanna pull off some of that oil and address it so that she feels comfortable and her foundation lasts longer. So what we do is we lay this ply right on the face. Essentially, you're gonna use this as a blotting sheet. So I just tap it right onto the skin, and it pulls off the excess oil, the excess product, and it almost leaves like a stain on the skin. So if you've ever applied your lipstick and then blotted it and applied it again, and now you have a lip stain, it's kind of the same concept. And so I like to concentrate this blotting right in the, kind of in the T-zone, right? So right by the side of the nose, because I know that's where a lot of clients get oily. It's just like, yes, right in here, because again, we don't want too much product right into the eye. The forehead is definitely a hot spot. So I'm gonna blot off that forehead right above the brows. But for me, I'm gonna blot the brows too. I hate a wet brow, so I do. So I address it here. But for me, I like to leave kind of the hairline a little bit more wet. I just think that looks really, really pretty to have a little bit of like radiance there. So I'm just gonna tissue blot this skin. The key is you want this to look dry, okay? Before you set it, you want it to look dry, especially under the eye. So actually, what I'm gonna do, because I'm gonna be ready to set this in a second, now I'm ready to build that leftover foundation up to the lash line. So I'm just using my beauty blender to take whatever's kind of left over and build it up. Now, if you have a client that is pretty dark there, has some significant dark spots under the eye, before you tissue blot, what you can do is take some concealer. I like MAC, what is this? Pro Conceal. I have the Pro Conceal palette. So you can take a little bit of that. Again, I love creams, and you can pat just a little bit of that right in those dark areas before you tissue blot, okay? You can do a little color correction. I'm not huge on color correctors. I feel like I can get what I need from my foundations, but if you love to color correct, you can certainly do that. But address all of that before you go in and blot, okay? So I just wanted to show you what that would look like. And then you'd go in there and look up with your eyes. And then you'll blot. And I'm gonna go right in the side of the nose. And it took me, let me tell you guys, this is not the kind of thing that you try one time and you get it perfect on the first try. Like, it really takes trial and error to get the blotting right, because you have to learn the amount of pressure that you need and how your hand works. So if you've tried this before and it hasn't worked, try it again. Keep trying, play around with the pressure. I promise you, you will get it. If you find that you pull off too much product, totally okay. The beautiful thing about working with creams is you can always blend it and add and move things around until you lock it down. So if you pull off too much, take your sponge, replace the product, patch it up, and then keep it moving. So I'm pretty happy with this. This looks nice and dry and ready to set, okay? You wanna especially make sure that that under eye area is dry. If you see any wetness there, if it's too wet, go ahead and blot it again. That helps to avoid the creasing. So now that I'm ready to set, I'm gonna pull out my powders. And if you guys have been following me for a while, you know I love my YSL powders. They're bae. And so the YSL powder that I'm gonna use today is number 3. I carry 2, 3, and 4 in my kit for my fair clients. I use number 3 for my medium tone clients to some dark. I can get some dark with the number 3. And then I use number 4 for my deep clients. They all have a different kind of undertone to them. Number 3 has a beautiful golden undertone. So if you're new to YSL powders, start with number 3 if you work with mostly women of color. I feel like number 3 covers the widest spectrum of skin tones. So I'm actually not gonna go in with exclusively YSL. I now mix a bit of YSL with a bit of Dermablend translucent powder. So what I do is I pick up my brush, which right now I'm using Wayne Goss brush number 2. So I think this is like the 3rd brush that I've used, okay? So I don't use a ton of brushes in my application. So this is Wayne Goss brush number 2. I'm gonna tap into my YSL number 3. Then I'm going to, with my powder on the brush, tap into a bit of my Dermablend. So now I have a mix of Dermablend and YSL on my brush. I'm gonna take one of those lids, whatever, I have the YSL lid, mix them all together. Okay, and I'm knocking off a good amount of that powder off of my brush. So I have just a bit of powder on my brush and I'm ready to set. So before I go in with my powder, I'm gonna have my client look up, blend out any creases. If your client naturally is very creasy or textured under the eye, what you're gonna do is have her go like this, do this. Yeah, so it stretches that under eye area, okay? I know it looks crazy, but it really helps. You don't have to do it, you're great. But have her stretch out that area so that you're not, you don't have any creases before you set it. You're not setting creases. So Marcia, she doesn't have any of that, so she doesn't have to do that. But if she did, that's how you would address that. So I have my powder, it's ready. Look up, and I just go right in there with my mix of YSL and Dermablend. When you're powdering, and this is a mistake that I find that a lot of artists are making, you have to really look at the area that you're powdering and make sure that it's dry. If you see any wetness coming through, you have to keep going there. Keep powdering it and tapping your brush onto that area until it is dry. It is not locked down until it's dry. It will keep moving around because this is cream until it is dry. So pay attention to the area that you're setting and really set it. I also bring this on the side of the nose, this mix. Sorry, you have a little brush hair. Okay. And I'm only using this YSL mix on the areas that I highlighted. And that's because the YSL is kind of a luminous powder. It has a bit of almost shimmer to it if you look at it. And I did a bit of research on it, and it actually has mother of pearl kind of ground into it. So it brightens. And I only want that brightening to be in the center of the face. So I use the YSL blend on the center of the face. So under the eyes, forehead for sure, chin, because we do want a little pop on the chin. And then everywhere else, I set with straight translucent powder, so no YSL mixed in. So I'm ready for that step right now. I'm gonna pick up just a regular old fluffy brush. So one of these guys. This is actually a Hakuhodo B002. So I'm just gonna pick up a big fluffy brush with Dermablend and set the rest of her face. I'm going to turn you just a little bit that way. Yep, perfect. I'm not going to set this too hard. I do want the skin to look a little fresh and luminous, so I'm not going to over powder, but just enough to kind of lock it down. And I like to keep tapping my brush on the surface of the skin until I can't see like a powdered texture. I want this to start looking like skin, fresh, dewy. And so I continue to refine the texture until I'm happy with it. And I find that by tapping the brush on the surface of the skin in this way, it gives me what I need. Awesome. So now that the face is completely set, I'm gonna turn you back center. Now I'm ready to use pressed powders. And I forgot to note this before. I do not set my skin with pressed powder. I set with loose powder. And the reason that I set with loose powder is because I want to set the skin with the finest powder possible. I want those particles to be as fine as possible. And I find that pressed powders, because of the binding agents that are used to press the powder into, you know, your compact into press form, it creates a, you can just see it too much, and I don't like that. So I only set with loose translucent powders, but I do use tons of pressed powders in my kit. So I use them for tone, I use them to adjust, I don't use them to set. So right now, I'm gonna pick up my first pressed powder, and I'm gonna use it around the perimeter of the face to reinforce the warmth that I brought in with the creams, right? So this phase, you may have heard it as we're gonna burn the hairline. So what I'm using is Fashion Fair. This is Fashion Fair Sable. And I'm using another Hakuhodo brush. You guys, I'm turning into a total, a total brush snob. So I do use Hakuhodos. I do, you know, my brushes are my investment pieces. I became a believer. When I first started out, I was like, oh, it doesn't matter. I use the $2 brushes. But when I got my hands on a good quality brush, I can't go back. But the beautiful thing is that for the most part, Hakuhodo brushes are actually quite affordable. You can get the J collection, which is their basic collection. And you can get fluffy, you know, eye brushes like these guys. You know, like these guys. You can get detailer brushes. You can get your flat, eye brushes, like all the smaller detail brushes for like 14 bucks, the same price as a MAC brush. So they're actually affordable. Now these guys, the bigger, fluffier, you know, face brushes, this is when it gets expensive, but everything else you can get for a pretty affordable price. So don't be scared to invest in Hakuhodo brushes. They really do apply powder in a really beautiful way. When you talk about having tools that really work for you and with you, they're so worth it, and you'll have them for years. So I've probably had this brush for about 1.5 years now, and it looks like new. So great investment. So I'm working that sable powder right along her hairline, just bouncing it, and then have her smile. So smile one more time, and then work it right along the cheek. So essentially what we're doing is we're repeating the cream step with powder, okay? So all that warmth that we incorporated with your cream, we're gonna do the same thing, but this time with powder. And I love Sable from Fashion Fair for this. She gets lots of play in my kit. If you have a client that's like medium skin tone, I love Cola. So I carry Cola, Sable, and then I carry the entire Iman pressed powder collection. So there are 6, I believe 6 shades in that collection. So I carry all 6 of those. And then I do carry a Ket Set pressed, and I use this for on-the-go touch-ups. So that's pretty much, oh, and I have one more. So one more that's deeper than Sable, and that one is, what is this, Shea Moisture, Melindy Sable. So that's one step deeper than Sable. And those are my pressed powders. So I have a pretty sizable collection of pressed powders that I use, and I use them all, okay? I don't carry anything in my kit that I don't use. So she's got that beautiful warmth right around the perimeter of the face. And now I'm gonna go in and reinforce my highlighted areas. So for that, I'm gonna work with my Iman powders. So I've picked up, what is this? Iman, I think medium sand, and unfortunately the labels have rubbed off. So 2 Iman pressed powders, can you guys see that? They're comparable in color to her highlight, okay? And I'm feeling like I'm probably gonna use this lower one. So I'm gonna go into that. Not picking up a ton of product, just enough to kind of tone and reinforce that area. And I'm just tapping a bit of that pressed powder under the eye, chin, and forehead. And this is that same Wayne Goss number 2 brush. Okay. And now I'm gonna go in with another Iman powder. I think this is Earth Dark. And I'm just gonna work that kind of just to bridge the gap between the highlight and the contour. So I'm just lightly working this around the edges between the highlight and the contour, just to kind of soften things and tone. Sometimes I find that the tonality around the jawline is a little bit off and I need to adjust it. So I'll use my powders to adjust that area, whether it's, you know, it may be feeling a little too olive. So I'll incorporate a little warmth there to get it right. So I'll do that at this step. Beautiful. And then the one area that I didn't reinforce was the nose contour. And so I'm not picking up any more powder, but just what's left over on my Hakuhodo brush. And I'm just gonna spread the bristles and just run it very lightly down the sides of the nose to just reinforce that contour that we laid down. Just very lightly, it's nothing crazy. Okay, gorgeous. So now my skin is officially done. You guys see how I go in on skin. I probably spend the most time on skin because for me, that element is the most important. So you guys are probably wondering, how long do I take on my client's face when I'm doing a makeup application? I will give myself 90 minutes. And so I'm not afraid to take my time with my clients. And what I'll do is I'll just gauge her expectations when she books me. I'll say, you know, expect to spend 90 minutes with me for a makeup application. If I need to get it done in 60 or 45, I can. I'll have to take away some of the bells and whistles, but she'll still get a very beautiful makeup application, and I'm still gonna spend a good amount of time on the skin. The beautiful thing is she doesn't need much after this. Like I could throw a brow on her, throw a lash on, and she's good to go. So that's why I love starting with the skin, because once you get that skin perfected, everything else is truly a bell and a whistle. So that's where I am with that. So now I like to do the brows next. And what I'm doing at this point is I'm brushing her brows up again. Just getting the shape going. And I do brows in 2 steps. First, I start with a shade that's a bit softer and lighter than her hair. And then I'll go in with something that's the color of her hair, maybe even a little bit deeper, and I'll create a few strokes throughout. So I use that lighter shade to create my shape. And I'll go back in with a shade that's comparable to her hair color, or maybe even a little bit darker, and incorporate a few brush strokes. And that for me makes the most natural and dimensional and believable brow. So for this brow, I'm gonna start with, this is Kevyn Aucoin, dark brunette. My favorite brow products are MAC Spiked, MAC Strut, Anastasia Caramel, Anastasia Soft Brown, Anastasia Dark Brown, and Kevyn Aucoin Dark Brunette. And I did carry Kevyn Aucoin, I think Soft Brunette at one point, but I think it's really comparable to Soft Brown by Anastasia. So either or is great. So when I'm doing my client's brow, I like to look at what area do I need to address first that'll help me see my client's brow shape. So it may be different for each client. For me, like my brows are kind of a mess. They're kind of really sparse. And so I like to start in the area that's the most sparse, fill that in, and then see where I need to go next. So Marcia has great brows, but here I can see that I need to kind of bridge this area. And once you bridge that first area, it then becomes easier to see the shape of your client's brow. So your client may have a big gap up here, so it may be easier for you to, fill this in, and then you can kind of see the directionality of where her brow wants to go. So that's how I like to work. Like, where do I need to go first so that I can see what this brow is telling me to do? So I think starting right in here would be great. And I do very short hair-like strokes, almost like dots. Okay, so now that I've addressed this general area, I can see that her shape is pulling me kind of down here. And I'm always brushing throughout, so I'll do a few strokes and then I'll brush it to get those brows going back up into shape, but also to break up some of that pencil. Because ultimately I want this to be convincing. I want this to look like brow and not pencil, not product. As I'm creating my hair strokes, I'm making them in the direction of the hair. So when I'm out here, my brush stroke is out and almost toward her ear, almost toward her hairline. And then when I move up here, they're going straight up because that's the direction the hair is going. Awesome. So I think that shape is great. So now I'm going to bring in a deeper pencil, which is MAC spiked. And now I'm just going to incorporate just a few strokes throughout. Just to give that a bit more dimension. Great. So I'm happy with that shape. So now I'm going to clean it up just a little bit using the foundation that I used for her highlight, so that Rich Caramel by Black Opal. on a concealer brush. This is MAC number 242. So it's just a small concealer brush. And I'm gonna take that right under the brow. And this does a couple things, right? Like it definitely cleans up if your client does happen to have some little babies growing through, which you should have addressed during skin prep, but if you didn't, this does clean that up. But what this does is it creates contrast under the eye. And so that contrast makes your brow look more precise. And it also makes it stand out a bit more. I'm actually going to give her just a little bit of this to clean this up there. And I just use my finger to blend out that foundation. Great. I'm going to take just a little bit of pressed translucent powder, which is my Ket set. The tiniest bit, I'm just going to run that through the brow because, again, I hate a wet brow. So I'm going to give her a little bit of powder. And then my final step is I'm going to take some clear brow gel and just set those brows up and into place. So this is just MAC clear brow gel. And mine looks a little janky, but that's okay. It means I love it. And I use it every time. So just brush this through the brows. I love a brushed up brow, so I brush the front of my brows up and then everything else out and up. And that is a beautiful brow. So now we're ready to move on to the eyes. And I start under the brow bone. So I use NARS Night Star. This is pretty much a universal, I got this from Sam. This is pretty much a universal under eye highlight, under brow highlight, I should say. And I love it because it has a soft sparkle to it. I don't know if you guys can see this, but it's a beautiful beige with a gorgeous sparkle to it. So I love that. And this sets that cream that we just used under the brow, but it also is a beautiful highlight. And this is a 242, a different 242. So I carry quite a few 242s in my kit because I use them for multiple things. So I use them to clean up the brow. I use them to set the underbrow area. I use them to lay down color on the lid. So they get lots of use. So I carry, I think four of them in my kit. Okay. And next, I'm gonna take my Sable, which was my my bronzing powder. So this is the Fashion Fair Sable. And I'm gonna use this in the crease to define the socket of the crease. And this serves as a beautiful transition color. One thing that I learned when I was studying, makeup, when I first started doing makeup, I would study Danessa's DVDs, and one of the things that she mentioned is this concept of mirroring. And when you mirror, you use the same tone throughout the face in multiple places. So we use this contour shade at the hairline and along the edges of the face. We're also gonna bring that warmth into the socket of your client's eye. And this looks super natural because we've already seen this tone elsewhere. I'm also gonna take that with a pencil brush, pointed pencil brush. Take a bit of that sable, look up, and you're gonna bring that right under your client's eye on the bottom lash line. Okay, now we could stop there. That's beautiful. That's a gorgeous eye, but of course we're not, because I'm dramatic. And we're gonna go there today. So the very next thing that I'm gonna do is I'm gonna pick up a cream eyeshadow. So this is MAC Indian Wood cream eyeshadow pot. This is a, let me say it by the correct name. It's a pro long wear paint pot, and it's called Indian Wood. It's one of my favorites. I love this for bridal. It's just a beautiful champagne gold. I'm gonna take that 242 and I'm gonna lay that down on the mobile lid from lash line to crease. Now I'm really kind of particular in the way that I lay down my colors. I'm very methodical. And so when I'm laying down this cream on the lid, I lay it down in a beautiful semicircle. I'm actually gonna switch sides very quickly. And this forms a semicircle from the lash line to the crease. And I do this every time, regardless of the cream that I'm using. It could be a black, it could be a champagne, it could be a bronzy brown or a gold. It's always going to be a neat semicircle because this makes it easier for me to blend it out. So I'm taking a fresh, clean, fluffy blender brush. This is a Haku Hodo. What is this? J5520. It's either 5523 or 5525. I'm sorry, it kind of wiped off. But so I'm going to take that fluffy blender brush and blend out the edges of that eyeshadow. And because I've laid it down beautifully, it blends out beautifully and effortlessly. I don't have to fight this. I'm intentional about the shapes that I'm creating and the way that I lay things down. So as you're working and you're practicing on your models and your clients, really be intentional about how are you applying things? How are you laying them down? Are you making it easier for yourself? Are you having to then go back and readjust and fight it? So just be more thoughtful in your artistry. So now that that lid color is down, I'm ready to start playing with actual eyeshadows and pigments. So now that I'm ready to work with pigments, this is when I lay down a bit of safety with my loose powder. So I'm taking that YSL, just straight YSL, number 3. Alcone sponge, it's a fresh Alcone. And I'm gonna dip it into my YSL and lay down a bit of safety so that if I do get a bit of fallout, it lands on this loose powder and doesn't corrupt that beautiful foundation that we've laid down. So this is a safety barrier. And I love doing this with YSL as opposed to like Dermablend, because this is more finely milled than Dermablend. And it has a good amount of slip to this. So when I'm ready to wipe this away, it literally just glides off the skin. So this doesn't add any more texture. That's so important, especially when you're working with mature clients. You don't want to be adding texture. That's another reason why I didn't do this earlier. I want to just lay this down just when I'm ready to start working with eyeshadows and not before. So now that I'm ready to start working with eyeshadows, I'm going to lay down that safety and get to work. So the lid color that I'm going to use is this beautiful in light powder. It's a loose powder by Danessa. And the shade that I'm using is in light Aura of Attraction. Gorgeous, gorgeous, gorgeous. So I'm going to take just a bit of that into the lid of that package. So right into the lid. Picking up a bit of that on my, another one of those fluffy brushes. So the J, what is it, 5523 by Hakuhodo. So just like that. And I'm gonna lay this down. You can close your eye. Can you pull in really close on this? Great. I'm gonna lay this down right on the lid. Right on top of that beautiful cream eyeshadow that we laid down. And this is so beautiful for a wedding, a gala, anything that's going to be in romantic lighting, because this really dances and shimmers in the light. So I love using this for my brides. So that's my lid color. And now I'm gonna go in and start adding dimension and depth and a bit of detail. So my favorite, I use this pretty much 90% of the time on my clients, is the NARS Codora eyeshadow duo. And as you can see, it's a little bit beat up because I use it down. So these shades are so, so beautiful. And I'm gonna take the darkest shade from this palette. Let's see if we can get that in there. The darkest shade from the palette, which is this one, on a fresh J5523. So I have, I think 6 of these in my kit, and they're like maybe 15 bucks. So I've just collected them over time. They're my favorite. And I'm gonna apply this on the outer third of the lid, but keeping this on the mobile lid, okay? So don't bring it out yet. We're just working right on the lid. We're adding dimension and depth here. And you wanna go from lash line to crease. As much as I love these two shades, and I love that they have a bit of sparkle and a bit of shimmer to them, man, do they have a lot of fallout. So you really have to do a good job of tapping off the excess before you bring it up to your client's eye, or you're gonna have, woo, good luck, girl. So I'm just working that onto the lid. And that's great. You can actually open your eye and look straight. I often work with my clients with their eyes open. That helps me to see where this product is landing and where I want to go ahead and build dimension and how far I want to bring things up. Don't be afraid to, as you work, have your client open, look straight, work around her open eyes. There's nothing worse than having her, you know, keep the eye closed the whole time, and then she opens it and it's like, oh, that's not how I thought that was going to look. So, ask your client to do what you need, okay? So open and look all the way up. And now I'm just working this on that same pointed pencil liner that we used before, and bringing that under the eye. I'm gonna turn you towards me just a little bit.
Awesome. So at this point, I'm ready to add a bit of liner, play with some lashes, and then I can go back in and finish out the dimension. So I'm just gonna use MAC. This is Feline. It's just a smudgy, standard black liner. I'm gonna turn you to me just a bit. Let's see, I wanna make sure that you guys can see this. So I'm actually gonna come to this side. Close. And working this right into the lash line. Nice. So that's down. So I'm going to take a bit of black eyeshadow. This is Natasha Denona Blackest Black with a new pointed brush, pointed detailer brush, tapping into just a tiny bit of that black. And I'm going to diffuse this line with my black eyeshadow. So you can go ahead and close. I love a smoky liner, so this is how I create those beautiful smoky looks. I just think this looks so elegant and expensive. I love for my makeup to look expensive. So I very rarely will do a hard line at the lash line, unless I'm doing something very specific. But if I want to get romantic with a look, 9 times out of 10, I'm going to get a little bit smoky with that liner. Okay, open. Great. And I'm just gonna diffuse that out just a little bit more with that same slate gray from the Cordura palette. And I'm gonna go on top of that and just diffuse out the edge of that a little bit more. I'm keeping it thin on the inner corner and bringing it up just a bit higher on the outer corner. Awesome, you can open. Nice. And so now I'm gonna work that bottom lash line. You can open and look up. Taking that Feline pencil by MAC. And I'm working it in the waterline. And under. And then same steps. So taking my Natasha Denona Blackest Black and smudging that out a bit. And then bringing that down even further with my NARS Cordura. Great. And now I'm ready for a lash. Today I'm using Eyelure. What style is this? Let's see. So I took it out of the package. So it's the Eyelure 126. They're kind of a spiky,
very wispy lash, and they kind of have a rounded shape. So they're a little bit longer on the center of the lash and shorter on the edges. So I'm gonna take that lash, and I'm a lash girl, so I love a good lash. So I love Eylure. I do love Ardell's. I carry wispies, demi wispies. I carry, a good variety of lashes in my kit. So these are what I'm going to use for today. And the very first thing that I do, and hold on, let me clip this little baby excess piece on the edge. So the very first thing that I do is I'm gonna have you look down, and I always, always, always measure the lash on my client's eye. So keep looking down for me. I'm gonna switch sides. Oops, sorry about that. Okay, open. Okay, so this needs to be clipped. So I'm taking my little tweezer and just clipping a bit of that excess that was longer than Mercia's eye. So I'm gonna measure it one more time, and I keep clipping and measuring until I get it just right. Oops. Thank you. And look down. Okay, open. And what I'm looking for is I'm making sure that there's a lift here. So the edge of that lash isn't hanging below her, the line that I want to create here. So I want to create a bit of lift to her eye, right? And so I don't want any of that lash to fall below that lifted line. So I'm going to clip just the tiniest bit of this, and then we'll be ready to go. So the adhesive that I've been on and loving lately is the House of Lashes. Their black brush-on adhesive. It's latex free, and I love it because it does a beautiful job of concealing the lash band, so I don't have to go in and do too much. It's very deep and black, and the adhesion the adhesion is amazing on this glue. So I've been loving it for about a month. I've been playing with it for a few weeks now, and it's been great. So I'm just gonna brush on a bit of that adhesive to the lash line. And I'm gonna let that dry for just a few seconds. And while that's doing its thing, I can go ahead and dust away, because I'm pretty happy with this eye so far. So I'm gonna go ahead and dust away this excess powder, my safety that I laid down. So dusting that away. And now I think that lash is ready to go. So I'm gonna come on this side because I think that'll be a little bit easier for you guys to see. And I do use a tweezer or applicator tool to do my lashes. And what I like to do is I will have my client look down towards her knees, And I attach the inner corner first. Make sure that it's on there. And then I attach the rest of the lash. So starting from that inner corner and working my way out. And as that adhesive starts to settle and dry, I just go ahead and tweak and push up the lash so it dries going upward. Okay, open. Okay, great. Okay, so at this point, you can decide if you want to add any more depth or warmth to this eye, if you want to define the crease anymore. I'm pretty happy with this. So I may do just a couple more touches, maybe add just a little bit of warmth to the crease. So I'm going to take my eyeshadow palette, which has just a variety of neutrals in it. I built this myself, so and I'm just going to tap some warm reddish browns onto one of these guys. So just a pointed crease brush, and I'm going to build just a bit of that warmth right into the crease. I'm happy with that. And now I want to finish the bottom of the eye and also blend out the top of the eye. So there needs to be a little bit more fade here. So I'm going to take a smaller fluffy brush, and this one's a Haku Hodo J146, I believe. So it's just a smaller fluffy brush. I'm going to take that lighter color from the Cordura palette. So there's that lighter mid-tone brown. And I'm going to come back on this side and look up. And I'm just going to add a bit of that under the eye so that this fades out to nothing. I want this to be as soft and diffuse as possible. So I use that soft brown from the Cordura to do just that. And I take just a bit of that and look down and diffuse out the top. Great. So I am pretty happy with this. So I'm just gonna add some mascara. I'm not a mascara snob. So I just use Great Lash Old Faithful with a mascara wand. And I'm gonna have my client look down. And I concentrate this at the base of the lash just to marry her natural lashes with the falsie. Okay, so I don't really run the mascara all the way through the lashes because I want to maintain the integrity of the shape of the lash. But I do want this to look natural, so look straight for me. So she's getting the most mascara at the base of her lashes. And then look up. I'm gonna run just a little of this on her bottom lashes. Great. So from here, now we're just doing the bells and the whistle. I'm gonna come in here with a bit of blush. My favorite is the Ben Nye. This is actually the Fashion Rouge palette, but I customized it a little bit. So the Fashion Rouge was just a little bit softer than what I like. So I added a couple bright, bold colors. So I added 3 of the individual shades to the Fashion Rouge, and I have a palette that I can pretty much use universally. So I'm probably gonna go in with some of these like mid-tone and soft pinks, just a mixture of the pinks. And I am using a fan brush for this. So this is another Haku Hodo. This is J4004, and I'm gonna have Marcia smile, and I'm gonna run this blush right across the cheeks. So I'm just using this guy and this guy mixed together. So a peachy pink and a mid-tone pink. This is almost like a blue-based pink. And brushing it right across the apples of her cheeks with my fan brush. Then I'm gonna give her a little bit of this at the hairline. Again, that mirroring concept. So using the same tone multiple times throughout the face. And that gives a bit of continuity and consistency.
My eye's watering.
Uh-oh, which one?
For some reason, this one needs to. Sorry.
It's okay.
I don't know why.
It happens. Okay, and then I'm gonna add just a bit of a different blush. This is MAC Breezy. I'm gonna add just a bit of that. It's a rosy pink. Give a bit more of that over here too. Awesome. And now we're gonna add a bit of glow. And so I'm using Bobbi Brown. This is her Shimmer Brick in Bronze. So I'm gonna have you smile and turn your face this way. Beautiful. And I'm just placing that right on the high point of the cheek. A bit of that under the brow bone. Maybe just a tiny bit of that right in the hot spot on the forehead. It happens. Okay, I'm gonna turn your face that way. Perfect. Okay. love just giving just a hair of that right there, right where the light naturally hits. Gorgeous. And if you really, really, really want to go there with the glow, you can add just a bit of that Danessa highlighter, the In Light powder, the same one that we used on the lid. Just right on the high points of the cheek. That highlighter is super pigmented, so you don't need a ton. Beautiful. And so the last thing I'm going to do is the lip. And so I'm going to keep this pretty soft and muted. I'm not going to do anything too crazy. And this is feeling very bridal for me. And so I'll typically do a soft peachy pink lip for a bridal look. So I'm going to go in with a brown lip liner. I'm leaning towards either MAC Chestnut or MAC Cork. We'll see which one works better on her skin tone. So I'm going to test out Cork first. Let's see what that gets us. And I may do a combination of both. So I'm going to come on this side so you guys can see. What I'm actually going to do is I'm going to build a bit of that chestnut right around the very edges of the lip. Just to give it even more dimension. And I'm just diffusing this down. It's great. So I love my Visar, what is this, Muse Nudes lip palette. It's my absolute favorite for bridal. I can pretty much do everything I need with just this one palette. So I'm gonna do a custom mix of the peaches and the pinks from this palette to create a soft bridal look for her. So I'm gonna scoop out, and I'm pulling from this peachy orangey tone and this like mid-tone pink. I'm going to scoop out enough to get this lip done. And I'm doing a custom mix of those two colors. So I'm going to start at the center of the lip. This is a MAC lip brush. Starting in the center and now building down into that brown lip liner. Okay, press your lips together. And press one more time. Okay, press. Now I'm going to add just a bit of gloss on top of that. I'm a gloss girl, so I love a glossy finish to a lip. So I'm actually going to use, and this is I think a limited edition. It's from the Mariah Carey from MAC collection, and this is called It's Just Like Honey. So it's a beautiful beigey sheer lip gloss with a golden fleck to it. So I'm going to take a bit of that. And I'm going to apply that right to the center of the lip. Okay, press. And press one last time. That's awesome. And now I'm just going to refine it. My lip pencils. Awesome.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh, can you guys hear me? Give me some ones in the comments. Uh-oh. Hold on. I don't see anything. Hello? Okay. All right, can you guys hear me? Give me ones in the comment. I'm clicking around. I'm trying to find you guys. Give me ones if you can hear. Okay, Hope is my first one. Danielle, okay, whew. All right. So I have no idea what happened with the video stream. We almost made it all the way without a tech issue. Almost. Of course. I'm so sorry, you guys. My videographer is trying to get everything back online. I'm going to give him maybe 1 or 2 more minutes, but if not, we're just going to push through with the remainder of the business content. What I will do is afterwards, I'll just go back and try to piece it together. I don't know, but don't worry. You guys will get the finished look. I promise you that much. We're still recording it on our end, but we just can't. It's no longer connected to the webinar. So my apologies. I will send you everything via email. You will get the finished product. Don't you worry. But yeah, no, he's got the crazy face. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to just give me like 2 more minutes, you guys. And we're going to push forward. We're just going to keep it moving. Thank you so much for your patience and for your understanding. Stuff like this happens, and I've tested this a million times, but you just never know. So we just want to keep it moving. Let's see. All right, give me 1 second, you guys. I'm going to get off screen, play this really quick for you, and then come back and I'll have my business content ready to go. And you guys, this is a great time for a break. So if you need to hop off, go to the restroom, if you need to do anything like that, do it now. You're going to have a couple minutes, and I'm going to come back and we're going to proceed with the business, branding, how to make this pop. Thank you so much for your patience. I'm having a small heart attack. So you guys, stay tuned.
I told you, I'm the real champion. I told you, I'm the champion of the world.
Positive Worldwide presents a Motiversity and Billy Allsbrooks collaboration. Dare to dream. Dare to dream. The world belongs to the bold. Dream bigger, champion, and bring home the gold. So many of our dreams at first seem impossible. Then they seem improbable. And then when we summon the will, they soon become inevitable. Small dreams will choke and suffocate the life out of you. There's no money, no fame, no glory ever achieved with small thinking, because it adds no value to the world. You see, small thinking is rooted in doubt, and doubt is the plague. So I challenge you right now, dare to dream. Now Helen Keller said, the most pathetic person in the world is someone who has sight but no vision. Now see, that's rooted in the word. Where there's no vision, the people perish. See, when you see the world from a kingdom perspective, your options are unlimited. For with God, all things are possible. So now I ask you this. That dream you're dreaming, examine it. Can you do it on your own? Because if you can do it on your own, then you left God out. Then you need to go back to the drawing board and dream bigger. Now here's what I want you to do. I want you to dream to the point the world tells you what you're striving for is impossible. And then I want you to get up every day of your life and go to war with that statement until you prove it a lie, until you prove them all wrong. Because until you find the impossible, you're not living. Small dreams give birth to insignificance, an average, mediocre existence. And you weren't designed to live that way. Dare to dream. If the dream you're dreaming doesn't scare you, dream bigger. If the dream you're dreaming doesn't require you massively growing, expanding, dream bigger. If the dream you're dreaming doesn't have the world saying you're crazy, then dream bigger. The world belongs to the bold, to the hungry, to the fearless. The rest are just spectators. You are the artist. Your thoughts are the hand that guide the paintbrush. Now paint the life you want to live. I dare you to dream. Now I want you to take that dream and consistently project it onto the canvas of the world until you bring life into it. Because only when you're reaching for the impossible are you truly living. Reach for the stars. No limits, no boundaries, no restrictions. Unlimited. All things are possible. I dare you to dream. All things are possible. I dare you to dream. I want you to reach higher. Dig deeper. Pursue greatness. Exemplify excellence. Give the world a glimpse of who you really are. When are you gonna start living the life you were meant to live? Imagine grand outcomes for your life, as if there were no limitations or barriers to restrict you from achieving them. Think outside the box by moving your mind into the realm of unlimited possibility. Vision is the genesis of all greatness, and I dare you to dream. There's no money, no fame, no glory in small thinking, because it doesn't add any value to the world. I dare you to dream.
All right. I just needed a moment to finish it out for the recording. And you guys, so don't you worry. Thank you so much for being patient with me. I'm just going to check in with you guys one more time. Can you see my screen with Find Your Voice on it? Can you see my screen with Find Your Voice on it? Okay, Portia. Okay. Mini heart attack. Okay. Cool. Good. All right, you guys. So you guys have seen the look, right? You've seen the application, but now what we're going to do is transition into some business content. And again, I'm going to be sharing with you the 6 steps that I want you to take in order for you to find your voice, grow your influence, and dominate in the beauty industry. Okay. Some of you, like, there's a lag. And so some of you may still be seeing the video. Like, there's just, you know, everyone is kind of all over the place with your connectivity. So just bear with it. It's going to catch up. But what we're going to do is hop into the finished content. Okay. I can't even think straight. What we're going to do is hop into the business content. And these steps that I'm going to share with you are exactly the same steps that I have taken. I've learned from my coach and have allowed me to scale my business from making $18,000 as a makeup artist in 2015 to over $300,000 to date. Okay. And I just started working with my coach about a year and some change ago. And so I've scaled it to over 300,000 in revenue. This is it, you guys. I've never shared this content outside of my program. And I'm going to be sharing it with you today. So step number 1 is you have got to master your mindset. And what I mean by master your mindset is if you want to have a successful business, if you want to become successful in any endeavor for that matter, you have to believe it's possible. Earlier, I asked you to tell me in the comments what your number 1 goal was. And if you weren't close to achieving it, what was holding you back? And you guys respond to things like timing, school, I don't know where to start, or I'm close, but I get off track, or I'm inconsistent. Sometimes it's there, sometimes it's not. And guess what all of those reasons are? It's fear. It's just fear. It's fear showing up as other symptoms in and around your business. When you say things like, I don't have time, or I don't know, I'm just lost, I don't know, it's just your fear popping up all over your business. Your lack of confidence in your artistry, the fact that you're not making money, the fact that you're attracting clients who don't value you, all starts with that tape that you're playing in your mind about what's possible and what's available to you. And here's why fear is so powerful. Fear is powerful because your thoughts become your stories, which then become your actions. So when you have a limiting belief like, I'm not confident in my work, what happens? You begin telling yourself a whole story about how you're not good enough or how maybe you're not meant to do this. And then what happens? Subconsciously, you begin to do things like little sneaky things like not practicing, not telling people that you're a makeup artist, not getting your butt out the house and going to makeup events. You begin sabotaging yourself. Even if it's stuff like procrastinating, like, oh, I'll just do that tomorrow, or I'll just do it next week. Because your mind is so powerful, once it locks itself into the story and latches onto a belief, it's going to do everything in its power to prove itself right. But here's what I know about fear. Fear is just false expectations appearing real. It's not real. Fear is literally just the story that you've told yourself is real, that you've allowed yourself to buy into. How many times have you had something that terrified you and you had to do it, or a conversation that you were dreading having, and then you do the thing, or you have the conversation, you're like, oh, oh, that wasn't so bad. I remember, tell me in the comments if y'all remember this video. There was this little boy and he was at the beach, I think. And he was like floating on his back, hanging onto this rope. And he was like crying and screaming and like just crying bloody murder because I think he thought he was going to drown. And then someone came and like put his feet on the ground and he stood up and the water was like to his belly button. That's exactly what you... That's exactly what you look like when you buy into your fear. You have to stand in your beliefs and your dreams and your passion, or else you're going to drown in the story. So here's how you solve it. Here's how you push past your fear and master your mindset. You have to choose. Just choose. Do you want fear or do you want abundance? It's just as simple as that. Because the truth is, you cannot be excited about something and have expectancy about something and be in a state of resistance at the same time. In other words, resistance is fear. And the energy of excitement and wanting and anticipation is in direct opposition to the energy of fear and doubt and scarcity. They're like oil and water. They just don't mix. So I'm going to give you some action steps that I want you to take in order for you to master your mindset and get out of your fear so that you can start taking meaningful action in your business. And again, these are literally the same things that I've done and that I've been doing since I started working with my coach. Number one is clear out all negative influences. You have to be mindful about what you're taking in, and that includes TV shows, that includes your friends. Like, you are fighting for your destiny right now. You say you want to be a makeup artist. You say you want this business. You have to fight for it. And anything that feeds your fear at this point, it just has to go. It has to go. And when I was doing this work and when I first started mastering my mindset, I got super extreme with it. Like, I got rid of cable. I got serious because it was that serious to me. And I love reality TV, but so much of that kind of entertainment is fear-based. The jealousy, the envy, the lying, it was feeding that into my mind. And guess what? I was jealous of everybody that I saw on Instagram that had an accomplishment, everybody that I saw that was living the life that I wanted to live. I was jealous of it because I was feeding that energy into my spirit. Quiet as kept, I also had to unfollow a lot of people on social media. It literally is input and output. So once I cleared my palette, I then had a blank slate upon which I could write a new story. So please, you guys, take some time to clear out all the negative influences that feed into the stinking thinking. And then step number two, now that you have that blank space or that blank slate, you now need to fill that space with something. So I invite you to give yourself a daily dose of inspiration. You need to give yourself new power fuel. So imagine like you're revisiting your diet, you got rid of the McDonald's, and now you need your mean greens. And that's your daily dose of inspiration. Mindset work is a daily practice, you guys, because you've spent your entire life creating stories about who you are and what's possible for you. And you're not going to rewrite those stories in a day. That's why every single day, if you follow me on Instagram, you've seen that I meditate all the time. I post my meditations in my stories. I have to do it every single day. And I meditate on my affirmations, my power statements, things that I want to believe about myself. I have to feed myself new value propositions. And I began reading motivational books and listening to podcasts and watching motivational videos. My assistant is sitting right here. She will tell you, like, I'm constantly, she's laughing, I'm constantly listening to uplifting information because I need to tell myself over and over again, it's possible, it's possible, it's possible. This is real. You can do it. I invite you to do the same. One of the books that really kind of rocked my world is called Outwitting the Devil. Outwitting the Devil. If someone can just type that in the comments for me, Outwitting the Devil. It completely shifted things for me because what that book did for me when I was starting to first do this mindset work is it really showed me all the habits, all the stuff that I was doing that was sabotaging my results. I really felt like Napoleon Hill. It's by Napoleon Hill. I felt like he was reading me. I was like, ooh, I do that. Ooh, I do that too. Ooh, ooh. Please do yourself a favor and read Outwitting the Devil. Find those podcasts. Find those YouTube videos. I just played a couple examples of the types of stuff that I listen to all the time. You need that in your life. And then the third thing, surround yourself with a power tribe. You need new people who are moving on the same wavelength as you. People who will uplift you and speak life into you. I began to align myself with more entrepreneurial thinkers, people who had reached a high level of achievement and could model success for me. I forget who said it, but there's a quote that says success leaves clues. If you know who said that, success leaves clues, leave it in the comments. Success leaves clues. And so when you start to hang out with those people who live a life of abundance and you see it, oh my God, you're going to start to see the possibilities. And that's one of the reasons why I love, in particular, like I love working with my coach, Sonia, because she models abundance for me. Like when we meet to work on my business, we get the best of the best. She doesn't just get a hotel room. No, Sonia has to get the penthouse suite. Okay. Like Sonia is not playing. And she shows me that it's possible and that I belong there. I belong in those spaces. Everything that she does, everything that I do in my program, is for modeling purposes. I want my artists to see that it is possible and I'm doing it. So I want you to do these 3 steps, right? Clear out the negative influences, fill that space with a daily dose of inspiration every single day. Make it a priority to uplift yourself, to speak life into yourself, so that from the moment your feet touch the floor, you are inspired. And then surround yourself with your power tribe, other movers and shakers that can model abundance and success for you so that you can start to see that it is absolutely possible. And there's nothing different between you and them. The only thing that's different is that they're a little bit further along and that they've made the decisions that have put them in a position to be where they are. That's how you master your mindset. Step number 2 is, now that you believe it, now that you see it, you have to map your vision. And what I mean by mapping your vision is you just have to say what you want. You just literally have to say what you want and have the courage to speak your goals. Sometimes it's terrifying just to say what you want. Like when I first started working with Sonia, I was like, I want 100,000. I want to hit 6 figures. I want to leave my job by the end of the year, but I have no idea how it's going to happen. And you know what? The truth is, it's none of your business. At this point, it is none of your business how it's going to happen, but make it your business to say that you want it. Say that you want to be a 6 or 7 figure makeup artist. Say that you want to leave your full-time job and become a makeup artist. I know it's scary, but you have to give yourself permission to go there without fear or limitations. Just give yourself permission to dream big. Because the truth is, if your vision is aligned with your purpose and you take action and you're fearless, I promise you, the universe will guide you to the how. Just like I was praying and meditating and hoping and wishing for a mentor, and the universe guided me to that class with Sam Fine and Renee Vasquez, and there was my coach Sonia. So once you say what you want, right, and you're clear about it, what that provides you is clarity, right? Because then it becomes so much easier to create a plan for it so that you can take purposeful action. And the key word here is purposeful action. So many times we are in our businesses and we're just kind of randomly doing stuff. We're just kind of randomly taking jobs because we need the money, or, doing this or that because we're trying to find our way. But once you have the nerve to actually say your goals, it then becomes easier to accept jobs that only move you in that direction. And so what I have on my screen right now is me mapping out my vision with my coach and my mastermind. So here I am. We literally get big, huge sheets of paper and we get together for what Sonia calls a mastermind weekend. In my program, I call it a brainstorm weekend. And during those weekends, we get together and we literally just say, all right, what do you want? What do you want? And then we spend the weekend holed up in a hotel room or office or wherever, and we literally create the plan for it. And I love to do that every 90 days because it allows me to focus on 12-week sprints. Cool? Does that make sense? So you start with saying, what are your goals? What do you want? And think about, what types of clients do you want to work with? How much money do you want to generate this year? Is there a specific job that you want or a client that you want to work with? Hell, do you want to go on vacation? Do you want to just save money? Do you want to buy a house? Say your goals. But remember, as you're mapping out your goals, they should be SMART. So specific, measurable, attainable, realistic, and the most important piece is it has to be time-based, okay? Time-based. So what I love to do is when I get together for my mastermind weekend or my brainstorm weekend, and I'm thinking about what the vision is for my next 90 days, I like to put my goals into separate containers. And so I have a container for my personal goals. I have a container for my professional goals. I have a container for my financial goals. So there's 3 different sections that I'll put my goals into different containers. And, for you, personal goals may be anything that's outside of your business that's just stuff that you want to work on. So you may say something like, I want to lose 5 pounds in 30 days, or I want to meditate 30 minutes every day, or I'm going to commit to going on a date night once a week with hubby. And that's our thing. Or I want to read 3 books by July 31st. Or I'm going to book a vacation by June 30th. That thing is going to be on the books. And then move over to the professional stuff. So you may, think about how you want to grow and develop professionally, any accomplishments that you want, put that in the professional bucket. So something like, I want to take a hands-on class by June 15th. I want to improve my smoky eye technique. I want to schedule a weekly practice. I want to get featured on the news. I want to get 500 new followers per month. And then the financial piece, maybe things like, what are your financial goals? Maybe you want to generate $10,000 in the next quarter, or maybe you want to pay off a credit card by the next quarter, or maybe you want to put $100 in savings by the next quarter. I'm seeing that the sound is terrible. Hold on, let me go over. I'm going to pause this for just a second. Let me go over and just take a look at my settings. It looks like my Wi-Fi is strong. My mic is on. So let's just see. Let me know, you guys, on a scale of 1 to 5. Okay, some people are saying sound is excellent. You guys, it may be on your end. You may have a Wi-Fi connection that's a little bit sketchy. So do me a favor, refresh your screen, and then hop back on. I'm going to continue pushing through. I know that this will record either way. So even if it's terrible on your end, the playback will be fine. So I'm just going to keep pushing through. Okay. Awesome. So financial, all the money stuff, put it in your financial bucket. Okay. Is this making sense? So when we think about it, all success is setting a goal and then figuring out how the heck to achieve it. Like, we're not all placed on earth knowing all the answers. Your job is to speak what you want and then figure it out. Figure it out. So, for example, if you say you want to make $10,000 in the next quarter and you may not know how exactly that's going to happen, that's one of your to-do items. One of your to-do items is you need to make it your business to figure out, what can I do? What can I do to talk to those clients and to generate at that level? If one of your goals is I want to gain 500 followers within the next quarter, and you don't know how to make that happen, one of your to-dos is, maybe I need to enroll in an Instagram course so I can figure this thing out. Because there's a way to do it. I just don't know how. So that's all. For you to say that you have a measure of success, set the goal and then figure out how to do it. It requires problem solving. We are entrepreneurs, you guys. There is literally no manual. The only thing that you can do is be resourceful, get on your Googles, reach out to folks who have done it, invest in a program, get it, whatever, but figure it out. I'm constantly, if I don't know something, I am on the Google machine. You better believe. I'm stalking my mentor. Like, I'm doing all of that. So you need that sense of urgency and that sense of no excuses. I'm just going to do it. You need that sense of expectancy in your business as well. Okay, so one last point on this, and this is important because this last piece often gets lost. The only thing that's more important than what you want is why you want it. Your why is your purpose and it's your mission. So once you're clear about your why, things like procrastination and, I'll just do it tomorrow, and the excuses that you don't know and all of that, like, none of that matters anymore. It's just no longer an option. Like, the conversation then becomes, I have to push on because the woman who is going through chemo and she had cancer and, she has lost all her hair and now she's sitting in my seat. And for the first time, she feels beautiful. She's seeing herself for the first time. Like, my mission to make her feel the most beautiful that she's ever felt. Like, that's so much bigger than I don't know how to do it. Or I have to stand in my purpose because I want my children to be able to go to college and not have to spend the rest of their lives saddled with debt. I have to be the biggest and best version of myself because my daughter is watching me. And I want to show her that mommy didn't give up and she built something out of nothing. Or like me, I have to figure out how to use Webinar Jam and put on a class because someone out there needs to hear this very message. Someone out there is on the brink of giving up. So if I don't show up, that person won't hear the message that gives them hope. You have to find your why because without a purpose, none of this works. Because the moment it gets tough, and it will get tough, I get knocked down on my butt all the time. But unless you have your why and your purpose, you're going to give up. So, what have we done so far? We have mastered our mindset. We've gotten in control of our thoughts around what's possible for our businesses. Then in step 2, we gave ourselves permission to dream big and then create a plan. Now, the third step is you got to find your voice. You have to figure out who you are as an artist and what is that special sauce that you and only you possess that you're going to bring to market. One of the questions that I get all the time, whether it's on social media, whether it's on in my inbox, is how do I stand out? How do I stand out when everybody and their mama is a makeup artist? And it's true. Everybody is a makeup artist nowadays. I mean, really, all you have to do is be like me and graduate from YouTube University, how I was back in the day, get a couple palettes, and now you're a makeup artist. But the truth is, the way that you stand out is you. You're how you stand out. Once you find your voice, there is no one that can do you the way that you can do you. So the key here is that you have to develop a signature style for yourself. You just have to. There is just no way around it. One of the biggest mistakes that I'm seeing makeup artists make is that you're trying to be a jack of all trades. I hear it all the time. It's like, I want to be that artist that can do everything that my client asks for. And no matter what they ask for, like, I want to be able to deliver. And I love that. Like, that's great. But this is business. And if you want to be a successful makeup artist, you really have to key in on what is that thing that you do that you're then going to practice and master. So when a little bit of backstory, when I started working for the hair extensions company, I worked really, really closely with the founder of that company. And we were coming up with some brand elements and concepts for photo shoots and for like what our social media campaigns would be. And honestly, like the ideas that I was pitching were super whack. Like they were so lame. So finally, she just had enough of me. And she was like, I need you to read this book. It's called The 22 Immutable Laws of Branding. And after I read that book, I became really, really knowledgeable about what makes a strong and resilient brand that really connects with their client's mind. And so the law that really sticks out to me now in regards to makeup artistry is law number 2, the law of contraction. And the law of contraction says a brand becomes stronger when you narrow its focus. A brand becomes stronger when you actually narrow its focus, not broaden it, but narrow it. And as a makeup artist, you are absolutely a brand, right? Like the mistake here is trying to be everything for everyone. But you have to think about this from your client's perspective. When a client is looking for a makeup artist, she has a really specific vision in her mind about what she wants and what she needs. And when she comes across your website or your page and you have a bloody half mask next to a bridal look, next to a fantasy editorial, like she doesn't know what the heck you do. But now imagine that same client. And let's say she wants like a glowy, dewy J-Lo. I get it all the time. Oh, I want to be glowy like J-Lo. So let's imagine she's looking for glowy J-Lo, right? And then she comes across your website or your Instagram, and she's met by all of these beautiful examples of dewy, glowy. And every time she scrolls through each picture, she's like, oh, yes, like, yes, Gaga, give me more. Like, she is just so excited because you are showing her all the examples of dewy, glowy, amazing J-Lo makeup. Hold on one second, you guys. I'm sorry. There we go. I'm back. Okay. So that first artist, right? That first artist who had the bloody mask next to the cut crease, next to the bridle, like, she very well may be an amazing makeup artist, right? Like, she very well may be able to deliver a dewy, glowy J-Lo. But who do you think that client is going to resonate with? She's going to want to book the one that's so clear that the artist can deliver what she's looking for. And when you narrow your focus and develop a signature style, it's beautiful because you're going to be doing the makeup that you love to do. So when you lock into that one thing and you do it over and over and over again, you master it. And then you're showing examples of that over and over again. And you're going to start to attract those clients that particular thing will resonate with. And guess what? People will invest in what they value. And when they see that you're the master of a certain thing, they're going to pay to get that expertise. So when you're attracting clients that just don't get it, right? They don't get what you do. They're just like, girl, why would I pay for what you do? It's because she's not clear about what you're bringing to the table. The focus is not clear enough for her to justify that value. People want to invest in the best. So if you really resonate with like that glitter cut crease, girl, become the queen of the glitter cut crease. Like, make it a movement, make it a hashtag, cut crease queen. Say that five times fast. Cut crease queen. Like, make that your thing, lock into it, and your client will come. And guys, this is not about becoming a one-trick pony. It really isn't, right? But it is about stepping into who you are. And I want you to think about it. Think about the most famous makeup artists in our industry. What comes to mind when you think of them? Like, let's say Sam Fine, Kevin Aquan, Rochard, Charlotte Tilbury, Bobby Brown, Pat McGrath. They all have a signature. There's a very specific vision that pops into your mind when you think of their names. Like, when I think of Rochard, I'm thinking fantasy. I'm thinking editorial, like amazing, elaborate looks. When I think of Sam, I'm thinking women of color. I'm thinking very clean. I'm thinking, red carpet, like oh my God, the Sam Fine brow, like, all of that comes to mind. When I think of Bobby Brown, I think of very, very clean. Like, she's not giving you an Instagram beat. Like, you need that same level of brand recognition too. So I ask you, what do you want to be famous for? Creating a signature style is just as simple as that. What do you want to be famous for? When I first started out, I knew that I wanted to have beautiful, I wanted to bring red carpet to everyday women, right? Like, I wanted beautiful skin. I knew it had to be, full coverage, lots of lashes, smoky eyes. So what I did was I created a vision board, and I would just scour the internet, scour Instagram, and collect all of those looks in one place. And then I would study those looks, and I would literally self-assess, like, what do I need to do to make my makeup look like that? What do I need to do to make my makeup look like that? And I would specifically work on those things, right? Like, if I wanted to work on my skin, I wanted to get my skin technique better. So for a couple months, the only thing that I worked on was my skin technique. And I kept hitting it. Didn't worry about the eyes as much. I just focused on that one skill set. And then when I got happy with the skin, then I moved on to brows. I was like, oh, I love that brushed up brow. Let me figure out how to do that. And then I worked on it. Everybody got a brushed up brow and worked on it. And then when I felt good about that, I moved on. I really want to get good at smoky eyes. I want that to kind of become a signature for myself. So then I would look at those smoky eyes. I would try to reverse engineer, how do I think those artists got those smoky eyes? And I would work on it and work on it and work on it until I got really good at it. So my recommendation to you is maybe don't try to master everything in one sitting. Take skill set by skill set, perfect one thing and then move on. And then what's really going to help you out is once you have that vision in your mind of what you want your artistry to look like, find those artists that have that signature style and learn from them. Does that make sense? I hope so. Here's my final note, and I'm going to move on after this because I think I've hit it. Branding is simply what people say about you when you're not in the room. That's all. It's just what people say about you and your brand and your makeup when you are not in the room. So what do you want people to say about you? Do you want them to say that she does the most amazing skin, or she does a cut crease that a cut a, I was about to curse, that a cut a bee. Or I love the way that she does those. Like, what do you want people to say about you when you're not in the room? Figure that out, work on it, master it, and brand it. And that will become the thing that you're known for. Let me know in the comments if you found that helpful. Cool. Definitely makes sense. Yes, sure does. Absolutely. Wonderful. Okay, great. So step 4, once you have that style, you have your signature, you have said what you wanted, you know your goals, you believe it because you mastered your mindset. The next step is now you got to get the word out. You have to let people know that you exist. You need clients. And there are many, many ways that you can find your clients, right? Like, you can be online, you can be offline. And when you're first starting out, you have no visibility. So I'm a huge proponent of starting with your inner circle, your friends and your family. Ask them if you can do your makeup. Ask them to connect you with other people who might need their makeup done. When you're first starting out, we need feet on the ground, hustling. Okay. So when you're first starting, you may not be able to rely exclusively on social media. You need the on the ground, hand to hand combat. Like, girl, come over and let me do your makeup. Or do you know a bride? Like, literally going through your contacts, like in people's inboxes, like, do you know someone that's getting married? Or if you see on Instagram or Facebook that one of your friends has gotten engaged, take the initiative to reach out to her and offer your services. That is marketing. But when you're ready to take it to the next level, I am all about good old-fashioned digital marketing. So using social media and the power of community to amplify your message. But here's the key. Social media is not for the hard sell. It's not the place for book me. It's not that at all, because that's thirsty, you guys. And we're not hungry. We're hungry. Okay. We are hungry. We are not thirsty. So it's not about the book me. Social media is for community. It's for building genuine connections with your prospective clients and making them feel like they know you. They want to be a part of your story. You want to give them a taste of what the experience of booking you would look like. Because the truth is, people don't just buy stuff anymore. Our clients are smart now. Like, they're not just buying stuff. People buy people, especially when it's an emotional purchase, like hiring a makeup artist for their wedding. They're buying into the person. People connect with story. And the best way to turn a follower into a buyer without being salesy is providing value. Giving before you ask for a single thing. It truly is a different way of thinking about marketing, but it's so worth it to give, because when you give people value, they respect you. And when they respect you and they value you, that's when they're willing to invest at a higher level. So we're about to get into some serious content here. So if you haven't been paying attention before, here's where you want to lock in. So when I'm thinking about what I want to post on my social media, I like to group my content into different categories. Their education, inspiration, behind the scenes, solve a problem, or invoke an emotion. These are the 5 content categories that I find land really, really well, especially on Instagram. But here's the thing. When you're posting, you have to have a purpose, okay? This is high-end strategy, okay? So lock it in. You have to have a purpose. So instead of randomly posting on Instagram and hoping that your clients find you and reach out to you, I want you to start thinking about having specific campaigns to get your clients. Think campaigns, you guys. A campaign is simply working in an organized way towards a specific goal. And that's exactly how I use my Instagram. So say, for example, your goal is to make $10,000. And I know this is a big number for very many of you, but let's say you want to make $10,000 in 90 days. That's just $3,333 per month. So the first thing that I want you to do is think about, who can I talk to? Who can I be talking to right now? Who are the clients that I can campaign for that will help me reach my goal? Is it brides? Is it special occasion clients? Is it lash extensions clients? Like, do you want to have a makeup class or private lessons? Do those hit really well for you? Like, who are those clients that you can talk to during this campaign? Because you want your 33. So step number 1, think about, who can I be talking to? The second step is you have to be clear about, what is the action that you want your client to take? What do you want them to do to get in contact with you so you can get the ball rolling? Do you want them to set a consultation call up? Do you want them to email you? Do you want them to fill out a client profile? What action do you want them to take to get into your sales funnel? So the third thing that you're going to do, and this is all going to come together, bear with me. So the third thing that you're going to do is add a link to your bio, okay? Add a link to your bio that's specific to the action that you want them to take. So far, all of these steps 1, 2, and 3, they've just been the background work that you're going to do to prepare for your campaign, right? So first, think about what you want. Second, you want to determine the action that you want your client to take. And then the third thing to get ready for it is you have to add the link in your bio if you're going to use Instagram. So here's a real life example of this in action. So I have a client, her name is Jaylyn. Follow her on Instagram. She's Rated Pretty Girl, and she wanted to talk to more brides. So she did a campaign specific to brides. So she changed her bio to say, natural glam girl and bride to be, sounds like we're a perfect match. Click the link to see how I'll complement your bridal beauty. And that link was a link to her website where there was a form for the brides to fill out so they could contact her. It's just as simple as that. So the beautiful thing about this is that sometimes this can be passive. So you may have a bride that's kind of just randomly searching on Instagram, and she lands on your page and then sees this bio and she's like, oh, I'm a natural glam girl. I'm a bride to be. Let me click this link. So you didn't even have to do anything. You're already setting yourself up to capture leads. Okay. So set your bio up for your clients to take the action that you're going to tell them to take. Step 4 is you're going to execute a 30-day campaign. And you're going to be, during that 30-day campaign, you're going to be specifically speaking to the clients that you previously identified. Everything that you post for those 30 days should resonate with the client that you want to be speaking to right now. So remember, you have your content categories. You have your education, your inspiration, behind the scenes. You can solve a problem. You can invoke emotion. Like, these are all the things that you can be posting that are specific to your client. So say you have you want to be talking to brides just like Jaylyn. So for 30 days, everything that you're going to post should be specific to your bride. So you can inspire your bride. You can show a behind the scenes of you prepping your kit to go to a wedding. Or if you don't have weddings booked, show how you would prep your kit. You can talk about, like, here's the setting spray that I love to use on my brides. It keeps them going all day. Like, all of that stuff. You can solve a problem for your brides. Maybe you know your bride doesn't know when to book her trial. So maybe you can educate her about when it's best to book a trial. There's so many things that you can be teaching and connecting and providing value for with your content. And so these 5 categories are just a framework. It's what I use. This is like my template. So my general rule of thumb is when I'm campaigning, at minimum, I like to post 20 posts per month. And I know it may sound overwhelming, but when you think about it, it's just 5 posts per week, which is Monday through Friday, 1 post per day. And that's just the minimum, okay? Like you can go way above and beyond. I know some people like to post twice a day. Some people like to post 3 times a day. Like this is just the minimum. But the key here is being consistent. Be consistent. So you have your 5 posts per week, right? You're posting, you're providing value, but you have to tell your client what to do. So this is where you insert a call to action. A CTA is a call to action. So as you're posting your 5 pieces of content per week, you have to be sure to insert your call to action into your captions. So you're going to write out that beautiful caption that accompanies the beautiful photo. And that caption is going to provide value. It's going to inspire them. It's going to educate them. It's going to bring them behind the scenes, like whatever, right? And then at the end of it, you'll say something like, hey, I'm looking for my 2017 brides. Click the link in my bio to set up a consultation call so that you can direct their action. I use this same exact strategy. The key is always knowing who you're talking to and providing lots and lots of value. So let me show you this in action. So when I knew that I wanted to have this class, I campaigned for you guys. I campaigned for you to be right here, right now, right? Like I posted content that would speak to artists, right? Like everything that I posted for the past 30, really kind of 60 days have really resonated with the artists that I wanted right here in this class, but also the artists that I wanted to talk about my coaching program. Give lots and lots in value. And then every now and then you can ask to take an action. And I campaign for my brides the same way when I'm ready for it. So when I want to talk to brides, everything on my page gets real bridal because I want to resonate with my luxury bride. And I don't want her to get confused when she's looking at my page. So when I'm specifically ready to start having consultation calls, I start to insert calls to action in my posts to direct them to the link in my bio, and the calls and the emails start rolling in. Does this make sense, you guys? Can you see how when you post with a purpose, you start to get really good results? And the beautiful thing about this system is that you don't have to have 1 million followers or even tens of thousands followers to start getting results. My coaching clients are proof that you can get really big results by just driving your audience to take specific actions and providing value. Jalen, who I showed you guys earlier, she's a great example of that. She just has a couple thousand followers, but she recently sold out a makeup class that was for everyday women. She filled the room with 50 people. And from that class, I believe she is almost at $6,000 of revenue from one class. So she got some upfront sales, ticket sales for people to be in the room. And then on the back end, she offered hands-on classes. So one-on-one classes and demo classes. And that all happened because she specifically spent a couple weeks campaigning to get people in that room. When you have this kind of strategy, you start to get predictable results in your business. It's like a faucet. When I'm ready to talk to my clients, I implement this system. I turn on the faucet and I get results. But just know you don't always have to be campaigning. And in fact, you shouldn't, right? Like give it a rest, girl. But I want you to implement the same system when you have a specific objective or goal that you're looking to achieve. So by campaigning for your clients, you're able to get more predictable results from your IG efforts, which means what? You take control of your business. You're finally able to take control, and who doesn't want that? So I want you to campaign online, but also be campaigning in person, campaign on your Facebook, campaign on your Instagram, and drive people to the action that you want them to take. All right. So once you have those inquiries and calls coming in, you got to know how to close the deal. So step 5 is become a killer closer. The number one skill that has had the biggest financial impact on my business is learning sales. Point blank, period. There's no question. End of story. Like, not even close. Like, I was good with my business, but once I learned how to sell my stuff, that's when I saw the acceleration and the revenue that I was able to generate. You have to learn how to close irresistible offers, or how to create irresistible offers and close deals. And one of the biggest objections to sales that I hear all the time is that you don't want to be salesy. So what I've implemented into my business is a strategy called consultative selling. And consultative selling is all about a dialogue between you and your customer. You have to learn about your prospective client's needs before you talk about a single dollar being exchanged. So yes, this does mean that you're going to have to pick up the phone and talk to people on the phone. And I know some of y'all are like, no, I'm going to have to actually speak to people on the phone. Yes, you have to speak to your clients, especially when you're talking about brides and, big deals like photo shoots, like things that are a little bit more intensive. You really need to get on the phone with them so you can really get an understanding of what they need. It's a completely different model. This takes the emphasis off of trading time for money, which is what most artists currently do. And it shifts the emphasis to understanding what your client's needs are, what she wants, and what is her vision for her big day. You would be completely shocked at the difference a couple conversations with your clients can make on your bottom line. But here's what most makeup artists do. Most makeup artists, when they get that inquiry coming in about that wedding or about that photo shoot or about that whatever, you just send a price list. Like, hey girl, here's my price list. Or you might even try to get fancy and jazz it up a little bit and design a little brochure. And I'm laughing because I totally did that too. Like, I even went on Etsy and had someone design a real fancy one for me. But think about it. Imagine going to a fancy steak restaurant, right? And you've been researching this restaurant and you finally found the one that you want to go to, and you get all dressed up for date night. You go to the restaurant and the maitre d' seats you, and the waiter comes over and she's like, oh, hey, and drops the menu on the table and bounces. And then it's up to you to figure out what's on the menu. And you're like, okay, thanks, girl. Or contrast with the maitre d' who guides you to the table, places the napkin on your lap. Have you ever been to a restaurant where they place the napkin on your lap? What? And then the waiter comes over and she greets you and she introduces you to the menu and then takes the time to ask what you're in the mood for and what do you normally like and what types of flavors are you into. And she's asking questions and pointing things out, and y'all are flowing and she's making it fun. And then at the end of the whole thing, she makes a specific recommendation based upon everything that you said that you were in the mood for. And she's like, you would love the 32-ounce porterhouse steak with the garlic butter sauce and because blah, 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 whatever. I'm not well versed in steak, but she describes the perfect meal for you. And, she's like, oh, it has the perfect zing and the perfect balance of flavors that you're looking for, and you're going to love it. Who do you think is going to have the biggest ticket at the end of the night? Waitress 1, who just dropped the menu off and was like, all right, hey girl, let me know if you want it. Or waitress 2, who took the time to really talk to you about it and have the conversation and figure out what you want and what you like and what your vision is for your night and what's on your palate. Definitely waitress number 2. And which customer do you think is going to go back and tell all her friends about the amazing experience they had at the steakhouse? Definitely customer number 2. I do that same type of sales in my business. So when a bride reaches out to me, the very first thing that I do is I hop on a consultation call. And I go into that call. It's free, y'all. It's a free call. Like, let's spend some time together. Let's figure this thing out. And I go into that call with a childlike curiosity. I ask questions like, well, how did you find me? And what inspired you to reach out to me? And then I get the event details. Like, of course, you need to know when the wedding is happening, where's her venue, where's she getting ready. I then ask things like, tell me about your fiance. How did you guys meet? What inspired you to pick that venue? Are you guys doing first looks? Have you guys picked your vendors? Tell me about your photographer. Oh, I love that photographer. You have to do this, this, and that. Or, oh my gosh, have you picked out your gown? Tell me all about it. How was your experience shopping for that gown? Who went with you? Like, I want to know everything, right? I want to know all the details. Then, of course, we get into the makeup. Tell me what you want to look like when you walk down the aisle. Describe that look. Do you want to be dewy? Do you want to be glowy? Do you want to be matte? How do you envision the eyes looking? Do you do that? Like, all of that. We need to ask all of those questions. Tell me about your bridal party. Who's in it? Are these your friends? Are these family? What are your relationships with them? You would be surprised at the information that you find out about this event and this woman. And what's happening is that you guys are forming a bond. Like, you become friends and you get it and you see the vision and you understand what that day is for her. Like, I found out the most incredible things about my brides because I've had a conversation with them. Like, you may get a story like, my mom has been going through this thing. And like, this is the most important day because I want to honor her. And you get all the stories, and which is beautiful. And then you may find out that, like, I don't know, she's not really that into makeup, but her friends are telling her that she needs to hire a makeup artist. And you're like, maybe this is not really my bride. So that consultation call serves you in so many different ways because you get a better understanding of who you're on the phone with. And then you get to decide if this is someone that you want to move forward with, or if you're going to refer them out to someone who's a better fit, or what. So again, this empowers you in your business, and you get to see what's important to this bride, right? So it's all about getting clarity about their priorities, the details, and also just plain old making sure it's a good fit. So the second step after you have that consultation is I want you to go back and create an irresistible offer to her, right? Like, create a package that is specific to that bride. And the key word is irresistible. You want to give her everything she said she wanted. What's included in your offer will vary based upon what you've discovered in your consultation call. So with that being said, I no longer have a set rate for bridal because every package is truly different. So a package for me may look like I'll include trial, because for me, every bride has to have a trial with me. It's just not optional. I'm not that makeup artist that's going to show up on the wedding day and try to be figuring it out on that day. I understand that wedding day is too important, and my heart would just break if she looked at the mirror and she's like, this is not what I wanted. So for me, trial is always going to be included in a package. I may also include things like wedding day makeup for the bride. If she said that, mothers of the bride and groom need makeup, they'll be included, plus all of her bridesmaids, they'll be included in that package. I like to set my business up in a way where I'm not doing a ton of faces on the wedding day. In fact, I like to limit myself to at most 3 people. So bride plus 2 additional people. Typically, those are the moms. So if there is a bridal party involved, what I will do is I'll book artists that I trust and that I've trained to come assist me on that day. So I'll bring a team. Typically, a big package for me includes myself plus a team of artists to take care of the bridesmaids. Plus, I will do the work of coordinating the timeline for my bride so that everyone knows exactly when they're getting their makeup done that day. Everyone's coming in with that clarity. So I'm in charge of creating that timeline, not the planner. The planner doesn't know how to map it out in the way that I need it to be mapped out. So I go ahead and include that in that package. And then I personally, I want to ensure my makeup looks great all day. Right? And I personally, this is how I set up my business. I only do 1 wedding per day. Now, you guys, if you want to do multiple weddings per day, perfectly fine. But the way that I set up my business is I only want to do 1 wedding per day. So what I include in my highest packages is I will stay with that bride from the time the moment her makeup is finished through the beginning of her reception. So what that allows me to do is at every step of the way, she's getting white glove service. Like she is always going to look on point, right? Like this is the most photograph she's ever going to be. So I want to make sure that makeup looks great from the moment she gets out of my seat to when she walks down the aisle to I touch her up after the ceremony. Make sure she looks great in those photos. I stand on hand to make sure all the elements look great. You don't want her veil flying all crazy when she's taking photos. So I just kind of hang back and make sure all that looks great. And then if she's a really fancy bride that's doing a dress change for her reception, I'm happy to throw in a makeup change for her. Like, no problem. I'm already there. It takes me 5 to 10 minutes, like all of that. So for me, my irresistible offer will include all of that. So the whole bridal party is getting taken care of. I'm bringing a team of artists that I've trained and trust. I'm staying with her for touch-ups. I've created that timeline. Like this is an amazing experience, right? And it sounds juicy. So once you've created your irresistible offer, the next thing that you're going to do is you need to get her back on a phone call and present your offer to her. And on that follow-up call, you walk her through the details of her package, right? And it's like you're telling her the story, like walk her through what her day is going to look like with you from the moment she wakes up to the moment she walks into her reception. Like, first thing that we're going to do is, first of all, we're going to have a trial before the wedding day, because I know that the trial, you like explain to her why you've included every single thing so that she really understands the value of it. So on your wedding day, I'm going to come and I'm going to take care of you and your mom. And when that's happening, I have my team of artists that I personally train. I'm going to bring Melissa and Rebecca, and I've specifically chosen them for your wedding because I know that your bridesmaids are glamour girls, and we are going to give them full on glamour for that wedding day. I'm going to bring 2 artists because I want to make sure that we're able to get your full bridal party done in 4 hours or less, so that no one is sitting in makeup for 8 hours before the wedding actually starts. Does that make sense? Do you see why I'm going to bring 2 artists? Does that sound good to you? So I'm always asking my bride, like, does that make sense? Does that, how does that sound for you? And she's like, yeah, that sounds great. That sounds great. So just like that, I walk her through every single line item I've included in my particular package that I'm offering her. And just like that, her mouth is watering. She's like, this sounds amazing, because it's everything that she said she wanted. And sometimes I even include things like, as my gift to you, I'll take care of you for your engagement photos. I know you mentioned that's coming up. And she's like, oh my God, thank you so much. That's awesome. So do you see how it becomes so much easier to close bigger deals when, number one, you take the time to consult with your client, figure out what the heck she has going on, what she envisions for her wedding day, and what she wants. And then you put together a package that specifically speaks to everything that she says she wanted. And then you're not just going to send it to her via email. No, you're going to get her back on the phone, have a conversation with her, and walk her through every single detail that you've included. This has been the number one thing that has turned brides from, spending $125 with me for the wedding day to spending 4 figures, because now they really understand the value of what I do and the importance of me being there and being the expert on her wedding day. So, step 5, become a killer closer. All right, so I see some questions. What do you suggest, or should I walk away? I've done that based on SAP recommendations, and brides still feel it's not worth it. Not the client for me, huh? I'm not exactly sure I understand your question. Are you saying that you've tried this consultation process of walking them through, presenting the irresistible offer, and they still don't get it? If that's what you mean, Bianca, that could be a couple things, right? Like that could be, yes, she's just not the right client. It could totally be that. Or it could be you haven't gone deep enough to really explain the value of the package that you've put together. It's taken me months of trial and error and practice to get my sales stuff together. And let me just tell you, like, I've gotten plenty of no's, like, no, 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 no. And with every no, I didn't take it as a personal rejection or that I shouldn't be doing this. I took it as, well, maybe I need to revisit what I said about that. Or maybe I need to go a little bit deeper on this. Or maybe I need to rephrase that. So it wasn't a rejection. It was just feedback. And sales takes time. It's a skill set. So don't give up quite yet, Bianca. I want you to keep digging. It may be the packages that you're putting together. It may be that they're not irresistible to that particular bride. It could be so many things. So I would definitely recommend that you get on the Googles and do a little bit of research on consultative selling and pick up some tips about how you can sharpen your skill set, because it does take a little bit of time and practice to get the flow right. And I have to be honest, like when you first start doing this, you're going to be nervous. You're going to be shaky. You're not going to be confident in what you're offering, and your client's going to feel it. So don't expect to like do this and like nail it on the first try. Like I remember being on these calls with my first round of brides, literally like drenched in sweat because I was so nervous. So don't give up. It's all good. Just keep practicing. So the final step, right? The final step in this 6-step process of mastering your mindset, mastering your branding, getting your message out, all of that is becoming undeniable. Becoming undeniable. And the first step of becoming undeniable is you have to be an amazing makeup artist first. Because when you're an amazing artist, you become confident in what you do. And many of you lack confidence. I'm just going to be honest. Many of you do not yet have systems for your artistry, so you're a little bit shaky. So then what happens? You start to doubt yourself. And then comes the stinking thinking, like, I'm not good enough. Maybe I shouldn't be doing this. No one will invest in my stories, my services. All of that are stories that you made up. People will invest in what they value. And one of the ways that they start to value you is when you become undeniable in your artistry. You just have to be really, really good. When you're confident in your artistry and you become a killer closer and you're on the phone with the right client and you've had an amazing consultation and the package you've put together is exactly what she wanted and needed, by the end of the call, one of two things is going to happen. She's going to be like, okay, this is great. What happens next? Like, how do I lock this in? Or she's going to literally be in pain. Like she's going to be like, I want this so bad. Like, this is everything. I see what you do. Like, you're such an amazing artist. Like, and like, I've literally had calls where the bride is like calling her husband down into the room. Like, what can we do to make this work? Like, the way my checking account is set up, I got the checking and the savings. I'm going to move something over to the savings and the checkings. Like, the conversation becomes very, very different when you have that strong artistry to support you. But what happens if you're not confident? Because I know some of you are saying, what if I'm not confident in my artistry? What if I'm not quite there yet? That's completely okay, you guys. The way that you build your confidence up is by having a signature style, locking into that thing that you do or that thing that you want to be known for, plus repetition. Practice, 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 consistency, continue to show up. The confidence will come. Because the truth is, makeup is a muscle. And the more you pick up your brushes and flex your muscle, the stronger your skill set gets. So I want you to become obsessive with your craft. You need to be consuming makeup every free moment that you have, literally every moment that you're not with your family, at work, doing something, like you need to be consuming makeup. Because what you're going to be doing is training your eye to start to see the nuance. And you're going to be up-leveling the content that you're taking in. For some of you, that means unfollowing a lot of the artists that you're following. I'm just going to be honest. Because if their style doesn't align with where you want to go with your artistry, you're not taking in the right input. You need to be mindful of what you're consuming in every area of your business. So in terms of the mindset stuff, but also in terms of the artistry that you're bringing in. So you're going to be training your mind and your vision. I also want you to focus on making the right investments. Being in this class right now, that was making a right investment. I hope that each one of you is going to walk away having learned something really, really crucial that's going to help you take the next step in your business. But for me personally, hands down, aside from investing in a coach so that I can learn the sales stuff, the best investments that I've made in myself have been on hands-on training. When I first started doing makeup, like I'm like an obsessive person, slightly OCD. So when I lock into something, I become obsessed with it. And so when I first started doing makeup, I said, I want to be undeniable. I want to be the best makeup artist in DC. And so I specifically sought out artists who did the work that I aspired to do and were getting the types of jobs that I aspired to get. It's the reason why I invested to spend time learning from Rennie, not once, but multiple times. It's why I invested to learn from Sam Fine, hands-on, not once, but twice. And I'll be spending a week with him in Maui later this year with my coach. Those were big, meaty investments. Like, it was not cheap to be in those rooms. But I have to tell you, they have paid off in dividends. And the amazing thing is, I'm not the only one that's reaping the benefit of those investments that I've made in my artistry. My mentees and the students who have learned from me are reaping those benefits as well, not to mention my clients. So a couple of my clients are here. I love them. They're near and dear to my heart. So top right is work by one of my students, Sierra. And once she went through my program and graduated through, she booked 2 $1,000 brides within weeks of coming to my hands-on boot camp. Not weddings, $1,000 just for the bride. If you hop to the bottom, I have a picture here of Miss Joelle. And Joelle's from Philly. And I love Joelle's story because one of her Instagram posts went completely viral. It had over 1 million views and it's still counting. So what Joelle did was she launched a company based upon that post that she created. And within the first week of launch, she generated several thousands of dollars in sales from that one post. And if you hop to the middle, there's a picture of Miss Shaida, who's based in DC. And Shaida just booked a $3,000 wedding last month and is nearly booked up for the year. She's preparing for her first bridal event. And I'm confident that from that one event, she's going to fill up the rest of her books. And then on the bottom, under Shy, is Megan. So this is Megan's work. This is not actually a picture of Megan. I took a screenshot of her Instagram. And I love this photo in particular because this is a photo of a post on her page that went kind of viral. It had 80,000 views when I took the screenshot. And what's great about Megan's story is that she's one of those artists that doesn't have a ton of followers. I think she has somewhere between 3,000 and 5,000 followers, which is a lot for some of you, but it certainly isn't like tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of followers. But from that one post that went viral and having a system on her page where she was posting really valuable content, posting consistently. When that post went viral, she started getting a flood of inquiries for lessons and hands-on. So from that one post, she generated over $3,500 of revenue from one post. And then here's a screenshot of Jalen's page. So Megan's name is Megan M, as in Morris, Artistry. So go follow her. She's popping. And then the final example that I'm going to share with you today. There are many, many more in my community, but it's a screenshot from Jalen, who's rated Pretty Girl. So I took a screenshot of her sold out makeup class, and I told you guys earlier that she generated $5,000 from one live event. And then we have people like our girl Akuya, who's been super, super helpful in the comments. Akuya just shared in our community that she just booked a wedding for $800, and that client paid upfront. How would you like to get a client who pays you $800 upfront for their wedding? She has this system. And then my girl Keisha, I don't know if Keisha's on. Hey, Megan, I see you in the comments. Keisha, she's one of the artists that graduated through my program, and she shared recently that she booked a $500 bride. And so there are so many artists that, you know, are now getting massive, massive results because they've invested and they've learned from me. And I'm really, really proud of that. But listen, the right investments in your artistry only accelerate your growth, right? They put a battery on what you're doing. They help you move quickly through this acceleration to the next level of your business. And listen, the truth is, you're going to pay anyway. You're either going to pay with the years that you spend trying to figure it out on your own, or you can invest in the classes, in the training that will catapult you into the next level of your career. And the truth is, in 2017, there is no reason to DIY your career. You are up to your ears in makeup classes, and we have access to education like no other. But it's up to you to really assess where you want to go, what you want your artistry to look like, and then work with those artists that can get you there. But I'm going to be honest. I don't live in a fantasy world. I'm real. I'm a realist. And I know for many of you, money is an issue when it comes to investing. And you may be telling yourself that you don't have the money to take classes, but I promise you that is just a story. You're choosing that to be your truth. Whether you know it or not, whether you like to admit it or not, you are choosing for that to be your truth. I shared this earlier, but I didn't share the rest of the story. So the deposit for the coaching program that I'm in with Sonia at the time was $3,000. And that was everything that I had in my account down to the penny. Like once that charge went through, there was no more money, like $0 in my account. So I could have let that be my truth. I could have let that be the thing that held me back. Like, yes, I could have held on to my $3,000, but I would not be here with you right now. I just wouldn't. So what I ended up doing was I sold everything, you guys. Like if I wasn't using it in my kit, if it wasn't nailed down to the ground, I sold it. I sold my makeup light. I sold my Ben Nye palettes. I sold my Kevin Aquan cream. I sold everything. And the craziest thing is that from that stash sale, I got my $3,000 back. So for some of you, having your dream career as a makeup artist may mean getting a part-time job temporarily. It may mean toughing it out at your job that you swear you hate for the next couple years. It may mean making sacrifices and getting downright uncomfortable so that you can fund your dream. Success isn't a mistake, you guys. It's not a coincidence that I've been able to get these kinds of results in 3 years. I didn't get lucky. It's not a coincidence that many of the artists that have graduated through the various iterations of my program have doubled, tripled, and quadrupled their rates. The conversations that they're having around their life and their career is different. And it's possible for you too. You just have to choose to do it and commit and decide that this is the thing that I'm going to do, and I'm going to do whatever it takes to make it happen. So what I want to share with you guys is a special message. It is from one of the artists that has learned from me. And I want you to hear from her very own words what making a decision to, no matter what, no money, no obstacle, no distance, no nothing, what making a decision that nothing is going to keep you from your next level of success, what that looks like and how that can impact your life.
I would like to share just to Tiyana. You don't know how amazing you are. You touch people's lives. I feel like I'm going back to Houston a better woman, a better mother, a better friend, a better businesswoman. And just knowing that I'm worthy and seeing people around you saying, wow, that look is amazing. And her just commenting on my picture. I was just laying in the hotel room like, what? This is happening to me right now. This can't even be my life. And I'm just so enthused and excited to see in 1 month, 2 months, 6 months, a year, where my life would be and where I would be in my artistry. And knowing that this is what God called me to do, and that I'm able to generate revenue and a great life for me and my son just because I said yes to a lady that believed in me when no one else did. And I just want to say thank you.
Guys, because I know that someone out there is ready. Someone out there is ready to graduate out of the scarcity mindset, the living hand to mouth and paycheck to paycheck. Someone out there is ready for more. And so I have a very special invitation to share with you guys, because I know that this experience that I'm going to share with you in a few moments will be an experience that will be the first step towards changing your life. Here's what I know. There's only so much that you can learn from watching someone do makeup. The real growth comes from being there in the room with your teacher, hand over hand, working on your pain points. And so I invite you to join me in New York on June 4th for Skin Tensity. It's going to be a 1-day hands-on intensive, and there's only 25 seats available. I want this sucker to be really intimate, so you're getting your money's worth. And at this intensive, we're going to focus on 3 key areas. I call these the money makers, right? So we're definitely going to talk about your skin technique. And you've seen me work through my technique from start to finish. And I want to show it to you one more time, but this time up close and personal. I want you to see the nuances of how I'm holding my brush, see the nuances of where I'm placing things and how much pressure I'm using. And we're going to walk you through that skin technique one more time from start to finish. This is not about painting by numbers. It's about really explaining the why of what I do so that you can leave this experience a stronger, more confident artist. And that's really my mission. This is about having a deeper understanding of your artistry so that when you leave, it won't matter who sits in your chair. You're able to think and strategize your artistry and get an amazing result. And as always, I'm going to be bringing business content because you can be a great makeup artist all day long. But if you suck at the business, you're not going to get the results that you want. And so we're going to have the artistry and we're going to have the business. And in the artistry part, you're going to get that skin technique. You're going to finally understand how to set that under eye area, because I know that that's a huge pain point for so many of you. And then I'm going to walk you through my signature, mistake-proof, no mess up, smoky eye. So I know you may be wondering, what is all this going to cost? What's the investment for it? So the investment for it is $697, okay? It's $697 to be in that room. But I have a very special offer for you guys that have stuck it out with me. We've been on for almost 4 hours now. So I'm going to offer access to this class. And let me load it up. Access to this class today only only folks who are on this webinar live can take this class with me, hands-on, New York, June 4th, for an investment of $597. And there are only 25 seats available. I'm really looking to fill this class with action takers who are decisive and serious. So if this is you, I invite you to take advantage of this offer. I promise you, it is going to be worth every single penny. But if you need to break up the investment, I totally understand. You can absolutely do that. So I have two investment options. You can pay for it in full today for $597. That's going to be the biggest savings. After today, the investment for this class will go up to the full price of $697. Or you can reserve your seat today for an investment of $200. And we're going to break up the remainder into two additional payments of $225. So those will be auto processed via the credit card that you use to enroll in the class. And those payments will happen on May 16th and June 1st. So if you do the payment plan option, you'll be investing $650 total, but you'll still see a savings for being here live with me on this class. And again, I have to reiterate, there are 25 seats available, and I have a feeling that my 25 students are right here in this class. So you may be asking, who is this class for? And I would recommend this class, this intensive, for an intermediate to an advanced artist who is looking to take their artistry to the next level. I really wouldn't recommend this for someone who's an aspiring makeup artist who is a true beginner, because it's accelerated, right? Like, this is a class for you guys that already are working makeup artists. You're already booking folks and you're looking to take it to the next level. So if that's you, if you're looking to master those skills, if you just want to put that polish on your look, if you finally want to figure out, like, how do I get this right? Or why is my makeup not looking exactly the way I want it? Like, let's spend that afternoon together really mastering your makeup artistry. This is about accelerating what you're doing and taking it to the next level. I don't want to create clones of myself. I want to honor what you're currently doing, but just up-level it. Just up-level it. And the artists that have learned from me will tell you, like, this is an experience like no other. It truly, truly is. You're going to leave this class feeling so much more confident about what you're doing, so much more ready to get on those phone calls and ask for what you deserve. I know someone out there is ready for that. And I want to see you at my class on June 4th. And listen, I'm not asking you to buy a thing. I'm not asking you to buy a single thing. What I'm calling you to do is invest. Invest. But only if you're ready. Only if this is your time. Because when you invest energetically, you're saying that you expect a return. So when you show up to that class on June 4th, you're going to come ready. You're going to have your questions. You're going to have a vision for where you want your artistry to go. It's not going to be playtime. It's going to be time to go to work, because you know that when you go home, you're going to take what you invested to learn, and you're going to implement. You're going to go home and you're going to practice and be consistent and make cold calls and send those emails. And you're going to work at this because you invested to get this. So if you are inspired in this moment, I am calling you to do something with that inspiration. Don't just let this moment pass you by and hope and wish and go back to scrolling on Instagram and seeing everyone else live your dream. It is time for you to take action and put your money, put your time, get on that plane, get on that train, get your butt to New York so we can spend time figuring this out. I have had clients, artists who have flown from the UK to spend the weekend with me at my boot camp. That is the level of dedication that it takes to take your artistry to the next level. No excuses. No distance should hold you back from your destiny. No money should hold you back from your destiny. This is your vision, and it's up to you to claim it. So I'm calling you to invest. So you guys, I'm going to open it up I'm going to start my timer, 15 more minutes, because we've been on for a minute. No, that does not include hotel or expenses. That is the fee. That is the investment to be in the room that day. This does cover the cost of, I'm going to pay models to be there for you. So part of that goes towards your model. Part of that goes towards your venue. But that's the investment. It's a large investment. I understand that. But knowing that I'm going to show up for you 110%. And I know that when you put $500, $600 on the line and you pay for that flight, you pay for that hotel, you're going to work your butt off to make sure you get a return on your investments. It's insurance. Like, I'm going to pay all this and I'm going to work to make sure that I get the results that I want for myself. And that's the cost, you guys. Just like you invest to go to college for a degree that you're not even going to use, okay? You invest for everything else. Invest in your dream. Denise, great question. So all you'll need to bring is your kit. You won't need to bring anything else, just your full kit. So I'm going to have chairs for you. I'm going to have plenty of lighting. So don't worry about anything else. Just bring your full kit, including your brushes. Allison, I'll model my ass off. That's so funny. But I'm going to open it up for 15 minutes. If you guys have any questions, now's the time. But go ahead, if you're ready, go ahead and click that link and save your seat. You can do the upfront investment for $597 tonight, or you can save your seat for $200 and break up the remainder over the next month. You'll do $225 on the 16th and $225 on the last day of the month. And that takes care of it. I have mapped out my year. I do not plan on traveling anywhere else this year. So this is going to be it. Unless something really crazy happens, this is going to be it. Angelique, it's totally okay. Maybe right now is not your time, but when that time comes back around and you feel it, like you feel that little tingle in your spirit, like it's the thing for you to do, go ahead and invest and take the leap. But if it's not your time right now, that's totally okay. So Ashley, being that we didn't see the final look in the last steps, did you use a finishing? No, I don't use finishing sprays. Nope. That setting powder really gets the job done. So it really locks it in, gets it good. Like, nah, that's extra. Why not in DC? Because my biggest following is actually in New York. I have classes in DC all the time, and I'm ready to switch things up. I'm ready to switch. But honestly, New York is a quick train ride. I hop up to DC to take lessons all the time. It's a couple hours on the train, 3 hours to be exact. You can go there and come back on the same day of the class. You guys, again, no excuses. No excuses. I may do a demo class in DC, but I don't think I'm going to be doing this kind of hands-on class in DC. So if you want to take a class, get your butt on the train or the boat bus or the China bus for $20 and come on up to New York and spend the day with me. Timmy, did you wet the Alcone sponge before use? No, I only use the Alcone sponge dry. Kate, who is this class for? Artists who want to do more bridal, artists who specialize in women of color or mature clients. I specialize in women of color. So what I'm going to be talking about that day definitely is specific to the nuances that women of color have in their skin, but you can take the same principles and apply it to all women, like all skin tones. So it's not that specific in that way, but skill set level, I definitely recommend this for an artist that's a bit more established, who, you know, has a grasp on their artistry and just wants to take it to the next level. It's not a bridal class per se. So it's not like this is for bridal artists. This is literally just taking a look at what you're doing in your artistry and making those tweaks. Because honestly, I've found that from learning hands-on from the artists that I've learned from, sometimes it's literally like the way that you're holding your brush or the way that you're holding your sponge. Or my students all the time is like, they're like, oh, I just wasn't using enough. Or, oh, I just didn't even think to use that shade. So really being in the room and having me there to support you as you work through your strategy and your technique. Can I swap the Beauty Blender for a Real Technique sponge? Real Technique sponges are fine. I do feel like there is like a texture difference with the Beauty Blender. So that's why I personally recommend the Beauty Blender, but try it. If you find that you get good results from the Real Techniques, I'm not mad at it. I wish I can make it. I guess I'll be investing in a one-on-one. That's great. I'll also be doing small group sessions here at my studio in DC. So that's another conversation for another day. The investment, if you want to do a small group session, will definitely be much larger than this class. But sure, I would love to do some kind of, hands-on training with you. Any other questions? Scheduling conflict, anything else coming down the line in DC? I didn't anticipate having any other classes. My boot camp, I will be having another boot camp, which is tied to my coaching program. That's going to be in September. No. The actual boot camp is in October, I believe. So if you're interested in enrolling in my coaching program, that's another opportunity to have some hands-on instruction. That does happen here in DC. But it's only offered as a part of my coaching program. What time is the class? I will have to fly in and out the same day, booked for prom the following day. Call time that day will be 9 a.m. So it's going to be super, super early. So if you could fly in the night before and then leave immediately after class, that would probably be best. Do you plan to do a class or program for beginners? I do. I really do want to do a class for beginners. But what I can tell you is that my mentee Megan is working on a program for beginners right now. So if you haven't followed her, follow her. It's Megan M Artistry on Instagram. Just give her a follow. She's going to be releasing details about a program for true beginners soon. We were actually just talking about it and strategizing about it the other day on our coaching call. So it's going to be really, really, really good. But I do want to offer something for beginners as well. How do we become a part of your coaching program? I'm going to be enrolling for the program starting in May, I believe. May or June, I'm going to do enrollment for the program. So you're going to start seeing me campaign for artists for that program. So that's going to be coming down the pipeline soon. It is by enrollment, so we have to hop on a consultation call. Now you guys see why. I want to make sure that it's a good fit and that it makes sense for you to be in this program. I also have to explain all the details of the program so that you understand the value of what you're going to be investing in. It's not a cheap program at all. It's a hefty investment. So I have to get on that call with you to make sure that it's a good fit, to walk you through it, to walk you through your investment options. And if it's a fit, you'll be able to join. I will only work with a small number of artists for the next cycle. Typically, I top it out at about 15. So that's how that works. How do you feel about RCMA powder versus Dermablend? I think RCMA powder is lovely. However, I found that when I was using RCMA, especially on my deeper clients, I could see it a little bit too much. It kind of left a little bit of a white cast on my deep clients. And I like using powders, I like using powders that I can use across the board. So I switched from RCMA to either Ket Set or Dermablend. Okay, so we have 6 minutes, you guys. So keep the questions going. They can be questions specific to artistry. They could be questions specific to language. They could be questions specific to business, like whatever. This is your time. What is the details for being a mentor? Is this the same as, yes, this is the same as my coaching program. I use the terms interchangeably because coach still feels kind of weird for me. So, mentor, coach, but what I offer is a 6-week business, branding, and social media program. So we dive deeper into the content, the concepts that I shared with you today. So what I share with you is the how. I explain to you how to take the 6 steps, what I explained to you is the what. Like I shared with you the 6 steps, but in the 6 weeks, I go deeper into the how, the execution, the tools, how to actually have those conversations, how to actually use your Instagram. Like we just go deeper. So you guys saw like the framework for what the program is, but when you're in that 6 weeks with me, we go even deeper, deeper, deeper into the actual execution and the implementation. And I support you on those calls. So you can come to those calls with challenges and problems like you've been asking, and I help walk you through them. And then the program culminates with a boot camp where we spend 3 days together, specifically working on your artistry. I'm so sorry that my words are getting jumbled. What's happening is I've been talking for so long that I have cotton mouth. So let me take a moment, take a sip of water so I can get my life. The coaching class, is it online? Is that in person? It is online. The only thing that is in person is the 3-day boot camp. How long is the class on the first? I anticipate that this will be a good 8 or 9 hours. So we're going to spend about 2 hours, about 90 minutes to 2 hours going through the demo one more time. We're going to spend a good chunk of time, a couple hours hands on. And then I'll have some business content for you. That's going to take another hour or two. So in total, I'll probably cap it at about 8 hours, a full day. I live in a city that just doesn't seem big on makeup. How do I make it work? That's a challenge. That's a challenge. And that's definitely, that's a story. That's a story. You just never know. All you can do is show up. All you can do is continue to post. You're going to have to do some hand-to-hand combat. So going to events that may be happening in your city and talking about the fact that you do makeup. It may mean that you have your own makeup events and invite people to it. People in your city may not be that big on makeup just because they don't know about it. Or they may not even know that there are makeup artists out there that could give them what they want. So you have to be that person that brings it to them. So if you're relying exclusively on Insta or Facebook and you're expecting to get results, if you live in a city that it's a challenge, that's not going to work. You're going to have to get really, really creative to raise your visibility. Yay! Yay! Oh my God! I'm so excited. I'm so excited. I see some folks are saying that they've registered and signed up for the class. Let me see here. I'm wondering if I can see. I want to mark it. So I can't see exactly who signed up for what, but I'm so curious. In the comments, let me know if you've registered for the, my assistant is showing some orders coming through. Wow. Wow, you guys, that's amazing. Oh my goodness. Oh, now I'm like super curious. I'm going to hop over to my, oops, I just made my presentation go away. Sorry, you guys. I'm going to hop over to my shopping cart because I'm dying to know who's in with me, who's going to see me. If you're coming to New York, say see you in New York in the comments. See you in New York in the comments. And we have about 2 minutes. And I want to make these 2 minutes really impactful. Not sure if my purchase was processed because I just got a lorem ipsum page. Uh-oh, Denise. Not sure. Try to get, no, what you'll do, Denise, because I want to make sure that you are in there like swimwear. I'm going to check it. I'm going to check it on my end. Because if you just got a lorem ipsum, either I didn't do something right on my end and forgot to format a page, or something went wrong. So let me just see. I'm going to go orders. Yay! I'm seeing lots of see you in New York. Oh my gosh, you guys. This is insane. Okay, 1, 2, oh, Denise, I'm so excited, Denise. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4. So who said that they got a lorem ipsum? Let me see. Got a lorem. Oh, Denise, you're in. I see you. You're good. What advice would you give someone who's looking for a life coach and you got scammed for someone who had a huge following? What can you tell us about that experience? Jennifer, I am so sorry that was your experience. I keep my ear to the streets and I see that lots and lots of programs are popping up all over the place. I see it. Everyone wants to be a coach now. It's kind of the thing to do, just like everyone's having classes now. I'm not mad at, but what I would really suggest that you guys do when you're seeking coaches and mentors Look at their results. Are they getting results for themselves? And look at their clients. Are their clients getting results? It's really, really important. You also I don't know, you guys, I have to get on the phone with every single person that is interested in getting into my program. Why? Because again, I need to understand, Jennifer, what do you want? What do you want to create? What do you want to manifest? For me, it's honestly not about the money. It's just not. It is not about the money. For me, it's about making sure that I'm able to give you what you want and what you need. That's it. And if I find that I'm not able to deliver, I will tell you. So you have to look for someone who it's clear that they have integrity. Like I've referred artists to other makeup art, other programs, because I'm like, listen, I know nothing about film and TV. Like that's not my lane. And so I literally had someone who got on the phone with me and was so excited about the idea of being in my program. And she was like, listen, I just want to be a film and TV makeup artist. Like that's what I want to do. And I was like, oh no, you've got to talk to my girl Ngozi because she is a film and TV artist. Like she is an Emmy-winning film and TV artist. Yes, it would be great for us to spend time together and like be at that boot camp. But what would serve you in your business is to learn from someone who is actively working in film and TV and can show you the way. That is having integrity. So you need to look for someone, Kimberly, who is willing to have conversations with you, willing to explain like, what are they bringing to the table? It's a two-way conversation. Like, I have to show you what I'm going to bring to you. And I want you to tell me, like, what do you want? Okay. That breaks my heart. It breaks my heart, but there are really good coaches out there. Erica, so I'm going to stay on. Erica says, I have a full-time job, but eventually I want to do makeup full-time. Consistency is hard and finding new faces to practice on is even harder. Help. I'm really trying to grow my business in a major way by the end of the year. Erica, I feel you. Let me highlight this so you guys can see this. I feel you. So I don't know if you heard my full story, but when I kind of first started getting into makeup, I had been laid off from my job, but then I got it back. So I was working full time. I was completely working full time at a job and building my artistry on the side. And it was tough, right? It was tough because there were lots of jobs that I couldn't accept. There were, the only time that I had was after, 6 p.m. on weekdays and the weekends. And it was tough to find that balance. And then for you guys that have kids and family, it just like compounds it. But one of the things that I did, and I still do, is I am married to my calendar. And I've shared on my Instagram stories how I set up my calendar because I need to see how every single minute of my day is accounted for. So I know exactly what time I'm working, exactly what time I'm going to the gym, exactly what time like da-da-da-da. And when you map out your day like that, I use Google Calendar. You get to see where the gaps are, right? You get to see how much free time you actually have. You may find that like you don't have a lot of free time because every minute of your day is accounted for. But you may also find like, hey, I have a 3-hour gap on Mondays from 4 to 7. I'm going to fill that time with some kind of practice or doing something for my business. Or hey, I actually have a 30-minute gap on Thursdays. Maybe I'm going to do something for social media. So my first recommendation is to map out your days on a Google Calendar. As a matter of fact, I should do another something, whether post it on my website or do another Google or another Insta story so you guys can see it. But every single day, every single moment of my day, as a matter of fact, I'll just share my screen because this is really valuable and I want to provide lots of value for you guys. So hold on. Literally what my calendar looks like. How do I open my Google Calendar? Give me a second, you guys. Okay, so I'm going to share my screen. Lots and lots of value. So this is how I map out each of my days. So literally it's regimented. 6:30, wake up. I have until 7:15 to actually get my butt out of bed, eat breakfast, meditate and journal from 7:15 to 8. Then I get dressed. I'm supposed to go to the gym. I've been skipping that, you guys. Y'all don't. And then after the gym, I get dressed from 9:50 to 11. I travel to my studio. Then I have office hours from 12 to 3. That's when I answer emails. That's when I can have calls. Then from 3 to 5, I have more office hours so I can create content. And then from 6 to 8 on Mondays, I open myself up for more calls. So this is when I have bridal consultation calls and and every single day is regimented. So when I get appointments and things like that, I just insert it into my calendar so that I know when I have things coming up. Okay. So I want you to create a system like this so that you can start to identify the gaps. When I had a full-time job, 9 to 5 was blocked off for my full-time job, right? Like, I'm a full-time makeup artist. So all of this stuff, this is my job. Like, it's my job to meditate because I need my mind right. Good. I need to look good. Like, all of that is important. But once you have an idea of what the gaps are in your schedule, you can then fill it with business stuff. In regards to setting up practice, what I do. So I just hop on Instagram. I hop into location specific hashtags. So for the DC area, it's #DC models. And I just look through and see if there's anyone there that has a great face, has great features, resonates with my brand. And I literally will just DM them or email them if their contact is in their bio. And I'll say, hey, I'm a makeup artist in the area. I absolutely love your look. I'm looking to, get some more practice in. I would love to offer you a complimentary glam session. Are you available on Wednesday at 6 p.m.? And I just do that over and over and over again because I get some no's. And, I continue to do that until I'm able to set up those practice sessions. So that's a great way to not only practice, but get really good content for your social media. You guys, some of the best content that I've got, some of the best images that have gotten me the best jobs have been free makeup. Free makeup that I've offered to someone just because I like their look and I wasn't booked and I just wanted to fill that time with practice. So again, it's about getting resourceful and just making it work for your life. It's not going to be perfect itself that way, but you just have to figure out how to make it work in the 30 minutes or the hour that you have here and there. And this, fill your Sundays with makeup. Like, Sunday is a beautiful day to just be doing makeup so you have content for social media. Okay, sorry, that was a really, really long answer, but I hope that that answered your question. So Faye, how would you cover rosacea? So you may have noticed that I love using full coverage product. And typically if I use my full coverage product, the rosacea will go away. But if you use products that are more sheer, you're going to have to do a little bit of color correcting to address the rosacea. So rosacea is typically red or pink. It has like a pinkish tint to it. So you're going to do a little bit of color correcting with something that's a little bit green. So get a green color corrector. Why? Because green cancels out red, makes it neutral, and then you're going to do your foundation over that. Okay. So that's that. I want to market to 50 plus women in my artistry. If I sign up today, will you have an older model for me? That's amazing, Crystal. I love that. I love that you have that clarity and focus. You know what? I would be happy to have a model that aligns with your brand. So once you sign up, shoot me an email so I'll know, and I will have my team reach out to a model who's more mature so that you have someone mature in the room that you can practice on. I love that. What is this, Lauren Itzum? I don't think I set up that final page correctly. I'm so sorry, you guys. Oh, you know what? You were supposed to be brought to a thank you page. Yeah, I'm so sorry. I didn't set up my thank you page. I knew it was missing something. Yes, your payments are coming through. And Shelly, let me just check. And Shelly. Yep, I saw you come through. You're all good. You are in. Do you use a hydrating spray at all in your process of completing a face? So Deanna, that was a great question. I typically don't unless the look is very, very specific and I want to go for that really, really dewy look. Yes, Anjali. And I hope that I'm saying your name right. Anjali. Yes, you are in there like swimwear. I saw your payment come through. Congratulations. And good on you for taking care of it in full. So proud. I will see you in New York. Yeah, y'all, I didn't set up the thank you page. So y'all are seeing a old ugly lorem ipsum. I'm so sorry, you guys, but payments are coming through. What I'll do is I will go ahead and send you guys. Oh yeah, you should get a confirmation message. Oh wait, check your email. I never got a confirmation page. Yeah. You should automatically get a receipt with a confirmation. So if you get that receipt with the confirmation, you're good to go. You're good to go. Okay, so you're so sweet for having this online class. The best info ever. Oh, thank you, Jennifer. This has just been amazing. Let me tell you guys a moment of vulnerability and just being like completely like transparent. This was probably one of the hardest things that I've ever done. I worked probably 30 hours. And I'm not joking. 30 hours in the past maybe week and a half just on pulling this together, between trying to figure out Webinar Jam to it not working yesterday, everything kind of falling apart, to my husband having to come and save me, to this issue with the video going. It's just been a huge learning experience that I'm thankful for. Look at me turning to positivity. So I'm sorry, you guys. I know I said 2 minutes, but when I get in the zone, I get in the zone. So I'm going to wish you all good morning. Good morning, Faith. Thank you so much for hanging out with us. You really stuck in there. Let's stay connected. Hashtag find your voice on Instagram. I want to connect with every single one of you. So put up a post, use hashtag find your voice so I can connect with you guys and stay connected. So once oh no, I think they're already gone, you guys. Honestly, I think all 25 have been reserved. I'm looking at the reservations coming through. If it's not there yet, it's really, really close. So I'm just like, this is crazy. So I'm going to go ahead. It's hard for me. I have a hard time saying goodbye. So I'm going to go ahead and say goodbye for now. Although this was a really challenging experience, it was so fulfilling. And I truly hope that you guys learn at least one new thing that's going to help you tomorrow. I want you to start taking action tomorrow, you guys. I want to see you winning. Like, nothing makes me more happy than seeing you win. Like, it just brings me so much joy. So thank you for hanging in there with me through my hiccups, through my stuttering, through my losing my train of thought. It's been so real. And I will see you guys soon. Connect with me on Instagram. Let's talk. Let's kiki. I'm all about it. So I will speak to you guys soon. Bye.